Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the Davidson Room of the Music City Center and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 27th business meeting of a four-year term. It has conducted 20 business meetings during 2020 so far, along with one adjourned meeting. For the third time since April 6th, the Council tonight will conduct its business in person. This comes after operating virtually for 15 straight meetings under emergency rules with the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Due to those health concerns, the public was requested not to be present, and most of the 40 council members attended and participated online. All 40 members of the council, along with Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, are expected to be present tonight, along with staff and members of the public. Once again, tonight's meeting is located in the Davidson Room of the Music City Center. It is large enough to accommodate a crowd of up to 500 people and still maintain the social distancing required under the city's health orders. Those orders include everyone wearing a mask since we are in a metro building. The council's agenda tonight is 45 pages long with a total of 107 items up for consideration. That includes some appointments and reappointments of local citizens to metro boards and commissions, and the election by the council to fill 2 vacancies on the Educational Facilities Board. There are also 26 zoning-related bills on public hearing. That includes BL 2020-491 to expand the city's urban services district in Councilmember Jennifer Gamble's district. About 1,600 parcels of land in District 3 located between Brickchurch Pike and Dickerson Pike are involved. Coming into the USD means increased fire and police protection along with street lights and trash pickup. It also means a higher property tax rate next year for those residents. We will hear what the public has to say about it tonight on the public hearing. There are also 19 resolutions on the agenda, 29 first reading bills, 16 bills on second reading, and 13 ordinances on third and final reading. There is again legislation related to the coronavirus pandemic on the agenda. One bill that was expected to be controversial but is being deferred tonight by rule is RS 2020-613. It would have appropriated $5 million in Metro CARES Act and $1.5 million from the city's reserve to continue operations, repairs, and equipment provided for the Bordeaux Long-Term Care Facility. That will not be considered tonight because the council sponsor was not present in the committee meeting when it came up, and so by rule it will be deferred. The council also has resolutions that would not allocate any more CARES fund, but would clarify or broad use of funds already approved. RS 2020-661 allocates the use of $200,000 Federal CARES Act funds to 5 nonprofit organizations providing services to youth. Another resolution, RS 2020-612, allocates $200,000 to 5 nonprofit organizations providing domestic violence-related services to family related to COVID-19. Finally, RS 2020-611 allows metro schools to use some of the $24 million in local CARES Act money allocated for laptops and hotspots to also be used for other curriculum needs and supplies for remote learning. One other piece of legislation would approve the city accepting the donation of 3,000 one-gallon soft foam hand sanitizers from a business called Steel Gorillas. It will be used by city agencies. Total value of the gift is almost $55,000, and therefore it requires council approval. On second reading, the council will consider bills that would prohibit bullying in all metro government services, activities, programs, and facilities. That is RS 2020-454, as well as legislation that requires landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to termination of tenancy and a non-renewal of a lease. That's RS 2020-456. This, in a somewhat related tenant notices on third reading tonight, that is RS 2020-224. It received 18 votes to pass on second reading. It would need 21 votes or 3 more votes tonight for final approval. There is also a second reading bill that would restrict the length of recreational vehicles that can be parked on the city streets overnight, going from 24 feet long to only 20 feet long. Also on third reading, the council is expected to approve RS 2020-455. The measure would permanently allow the sale of beer by curbside or delivery. This service was provided to help restaurants during the pandemic. It's proved to be very popular and will be continued by law under this bill. Council will also be asked to give final reading approval tonight to 2 bills that would rename portions of downtown streets to honor 2 Nashville civil rights icons, the late Reverend Kelly Miller Smith and the late Georgia Congressman John Lewis. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online as well as the council staff and us with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers I've been mentioning on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who'll be gaveling tonight's meeting to order shortly.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Thursday, November 5th, 2020. Will all members of the Council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Reverend Denise Gouch, the Assistant Minister of the First Unitarian Universalist Church, a guest of Councilmember Gloria Hauser.
Friends, dear ones, in the middle of this tumultuous week, let us pause and breathe together. You may wish to put a hand over your heart to call yourself back to your center. Let's remember we are connected to each other and to all that exists. We need each other, and each of us wants each of us, not just to survive, but to thrive. So breathing, remembering together, let us join our hearts in prayer. Spirit of life and love, who moves in and through, around and among us, bless all gathered here this evening to do the work of governing this city. May those who speak, speak in truth and freedom. May those who listen hear with compassion and curiosity. May those who decide draw from wells of wisdom and discernment and act with care for every resident of this city, for the complex network of communities that sustain us, and for the land that holds us. May this evening's work bolster the strength of our communities and protect the health and dignity of every individual who lives, works, or visits among us. Amen. May it be so. May we be so.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the invocation. You all may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from October the 20th, 2020? I heard a motion, properly second. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, so there are no messages, but I believe the mayor is still here. Mr. Mayor, he's back over in the right-hand corner. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. All right. Y'all never clap when I'm recognized, so thank you. So a couple of things. We want to thank Charles Starks and the staff of the Music City Center for letting us use this wonderful space again and the parking as well. With their help, we will be meeting in this space through the end of December. So thank you, Mr. Starks and the staff of the Music City Center. Again, thanks to Metro IT Department, and again, the clerk's office and the council staff for making all this stuff happen. Couple of different protocols. Please wear your mask in the facility. Practice proper social distancing. If you need to speak, there are various microphones located around the room. Pick one. Please don't touch it or the podium if you can help it. If you do, please use the disinfectant wipes to clean it. Members of the public, it will be that podium right back there, and we have some folks back there, I think, who will help you help clean the microphones as well. A couple of other items before we get started. First, I announced special committee assignments at the last meeting. Council members, on the special committee to review council benefits, I'm adding 2 council members to that committee, Councilmember Stiles and Councilmember Rutherford. I'm also naming 8 citizens to also serve on that committee. I'll be releasing the names of the citizens tomorrow. You'll get a copy of that. These are individuals who contacted me and expressed their willingness to serve. As for the special committee looking into data of individuals going in and out of our jail system, I'm adding Councilmember Sepulveda to that committee, along with 8 other citizens who requested to serve. I have 6 citizens who have asked to serve on the Child Care Center Committee. The committees that I am still short on citizens are Strategic Planning for Metro Government and for the one that tonight may be the most important one, and that is getting along with each other and giving people a voice. So I'm going to hold those committees open a little longer to see if we can get some additional folks to serve. And speaking of getting along in the city and in our country, we could all do a better job of practicing that. So with everything going on around us and around this country, I would ask all of you to start or keep practicing having respect for one another, with your fellow Nashvillians, and especially with people you don't agree with. So it's time that this country started its healing process, and it can start with us. So practice professional courtesy towards one another. Before we get into our regular agenda, we have a proposed rule change before this body. The rule change was brought by Councilmember Rutherford and was distributed to council members at the last meeting. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report.
All right, Councilmember Johnston, the Rules Committee, same podium.
We voted 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized again.
Thank you. Nashville is a military and veteran city. Fort Campbell is only an hour away and is the second largest Army post for soldiers transitioning out of service. Many of them settle in Nashville. We are also home to the Joint Force headquarters of the Tennessee National Guard. In Nashville and immediate surrounding areas, the units of the Army and Air Guard, Army Reserves, Marine Corps Reserves, Navy Reserves, and Coast Guard Reserves, all around us serving in Nashville and the Nashville area. Men and women currently wearing the uniform of our country and those veterans who have previously served us. They are our constituents. They deserve our support, and we should honor them. For 40 years, Davidson County did not have a veteran service officer. Mayor Dean reinstituted the office, filling a very long void with an office of one under the Human Resources Department. Mayor Berry expanded it to an office of 2, and for the first time ever, Metro Council took the initiative in our most recent budget cycle, expanding it yet again to an office of 3, all working from the Operation Stand Down facility. They are doing great work on behalf of our veteran population, helping connect them to the benefits they richly deserve and providing employment and housing assistance to those in need. Nashville clearly cares about our veterans and military families. It is fitting that today, just days before Veterans Day, we recognize veterans by adding veterans to the title of the Personnel, Public Information, and Human Relations Committee, the committee that handles any veteran-related matter or veteran-related legislation. This effort is also supported by the Metro Council Veterans Caucus. Mr. President, I encourage my colleagues to support this rule change. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. I'll accept that as a motion to approve the rule change. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the rule change? I see no. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized. Put you at podium 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not speaking necessarily against this rule change. I just do want to remind colleagues that at the beginning of the term, over a year ago, I was not the only council member that proposed some significant reforms. I know we've now moved through several special committees, and a second round is underway. And this addition, too, seems to me to recognize that our standing committees are neither named or really have been updated in any meaningful way to acknowledge contemporary concerns of both Metro and Nashville as a whole. And I think my outlook on this is if colleagues approve this, it suggests that it is time to consider a more sweeping set of reforms, and I will look forward to working with colleagues on the Rules Committee with some broader proposals. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Anybody else wish to be heard? Councilmember Johnston?
Thank you. Yes, To Councilman O'Connell's point, I think that I'm going to be calling, as chair of Rules, Elections and Confirmations, I'm going to be calling a special called meeting to discuss the way that our committees are structured, the way that we operate, because at this point, I'm not exactly sure how effective it is, and I think we can all agree with that. So I do want everyone to know that that is coming, and I welcome your suggestions. If you want to send those to Rosie to come to me so that we can have a full agenda with that, I think I'm going to be calling this for the 16th of this month. But to Councilman O'Connell's point, yes, we are in need of that. It is coming, and I welcome all of everyone's suggestions. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe that change is a good one on this one. And Mr. Cooper, we need to have an executive committee meeting to talk about some of these things, so I'll be in touch with you about that. So thank you, Madam Chair Johnston. All right. Any other discussion on the motion by Councilmember Rutherford? Councilmember Young? Hold on just a second. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At the sacrifice of sounding anti-patriotic, knowing that it sounds there might be some work on the committee structure and names, I can't help but wonder if maybe this would be better served as being a part of that conversation, because I am a little hesitant to maybe create some level of precedent of naming committees for every single little thing they're over, with the example being the Public Works Committee does not have the name water, sewer, sidewalks, and understanding that the Personnel Committee, personnel and information, I would hope that as a council we would be trying to simplify things. I'm not sure if maybe this is more appropriate considered as a part of Chair Johnston's special meeting. And so I throw that out there, not to sound as if I do not support veterans, but just as the process overall. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. You are at number 9. You're right.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the comments that the Councilman Young, Councilman O'Connell have brought up. I have served potentially on the Rules Committee more than, I'm looking around, I'm careful to say this, more than any of us. I've served on the Rules Committee since 2015. And while this has come up time to time about committee names or tweaking committee names, at the end of the day, I don't think that we need to get into the process or into the policy of naming special interests on every single committee. I think broad terms are appropriate. Budget and finance pretty much covers anything dealing with money. Planning, zoning, and historical, that gets pretty lengthy. And so it often gets shortened down to planning. And so while I understand and respect the idea of adding veterans as an issue to one of our standing committees, I think that while it may be symbolic in a lot of ways, just as we get to talking about other committees, we refer to codes, we refer to parks, I think it will just simply get lost in the mix and almost have the opposite effect. And so really at the end of the day, I think I'm going to have to abstain on this because I don't think that this is the proper way to go about having this discussion. And it really is and should be considered in a broader sense rather than continuing to have one-offs here and there in that manner. And so with that, I'm going to be abstaining on this because I do think that we need to respect the process that we have at the beginning of every term.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to share with my colleagues that I had a long, in-depth conversation when I became the Personnel Committee Chair with the HR Director about some initiatives that we wanted to do in relation to veterans, and this was just one of a few items that we discussed that the Director is in favor of and was supportive of. And I also want to reiterate again that the Metro Council's Veterans Caucus is supportive of this initiative as well. And also, I should point out that this particular committee's name has previously been changed when we dropped housing from the title once we made the Affordable Housing Committee a full standing committee. So there's really nothing unusual about it necessarily. I look forward to the process of studying our committees and figuring out a better way of working our committees and all the ideas that will come from that. But I don't think this impacts that discussion at all. I think that's a complete separate matter. And I renew the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. So I'm looking to see if anybody else has, Council Member Hancock. You want to come to number 5? Hold on. Just now.
Oh, super. Thank you. Well, I do appreciate Councilman Rutherford bringing this forward. I also appreciate the 39 of you that voted in favor of an additional veteran service officer position during our budget season in June. I see that as a strong support for our veterans. As Councilman Rutherford mentioned, HR is strongly in support of this, and the veteran service officers all serve under the HR bubble. And no, we don't list HR specifically, but veterans are a population that we really do consider. We've implemented diversity officers, and that's a very important issue as well. And this is an issue that doesn't change what we're doing, but it highlights it for the community. I agree with Councilman O'Connell that I think a positive vote for this is a vote for some potential change in the future of the structure of the committees, and I encourage you to vote yes.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Anybody else wish to be recognized? All right, so here's where we are. We have a rule change, proposed rule change. It's been moved by Councilmember Rutherford, seconded by Councilmember Cash. We are now ready to vote. Because it's a rule change, it requires 27 votes. We'll try this by voice vote. We have 38 members present, so we'll try by voice vote first. All those in favor of the rule change signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. And we have one abstention. You're no? Okay, and then we have one abstention from Councilmember Murphy. Any other no's? Two abstentions. No no's. Okay, so the vote is 36-4, 0 against, and 2 abstentions. Okay, so the rule change passes. All right, thank you. All right, so we also have another proposed rule change that's in your amendment package. This one is brought by the chair, Councilmember Johnston, and that will be discussed at the next meeting. So please take a look at it before the next meeting. Before we get to elections and confirmations, I do want to recognize that we have a number of people here from Bordeaux, from the Bordeaux Nursing Home, and we have received a petition. It's called Say Bordeaux. There are various concerns listed and a host of names. This will become a part of the record, and so we will turn it in and make sure that all council members see it, and they are in the back. We appreciate you being here and being a part of this process. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. So, Councilmember Johnston, you have to get back up. I'll put you at podium number 3. And for the viewing audience, when I say podium numbers, they're all marked. Not every council member has actually none of them have a microphone at their desk, so they have to get up, move around. So I'm calling out the numbers so I can remember which ones to hit. Councilmember Johnston, you're at podium number 3. You're recognized for a report from the Rules Committee.
For elections and confirmations?
That's right.
Yes, we considered a number of appointments and reappointments, and they all went on consent. They are as follows. There was a reappointment to the Agricultural Extension Board of Mr. Mark Kursky for a term expiring August 1st, 2023. There was a reappointment to the Community Corrections Advisory Board of Ms. Donna Grayer for a term expiring August 31st, 2022. There was an appointment of Mr. Michael Porter to the Gas Mechanical Examiners Appeals Board for a term expiring August 21, 2024. There was no objections, and I move their approval.
Okay, so you've heard the motion to approve. This is for Mark Kursky for the Agricultural Extension Board, Ms. Donna Grayer for the Community Corrections Advisory Board, and Mr. Michael Porter for the Gas and Mechanical Examiners Appeals Board. The motion is to approve all three, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing nobody in the queue and nobody at any of the podium, we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. So let me get these individuals to stand when I call your name. Mr. Mark Kursky. There's Mr. Kursky. Ms. Donna Grayer for the Community Corrections Advisory Board. There's Ms. Grayer. And Mr. Michael Porter for the Gas and Mechanical Examiners Appeals Board. There's Mr. Porter. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, thank you for your willingness to serve and volunteer your time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. Thank you very much. So, and you all are welcome to stay or welcome to go, okay? But we're going to watch who leaves so we can talk about you when you leave. All right, we are now ready to look at the two vacancies on the Health and Educational Facilities Board, which pursuant to state law are to be filled by this body. Vacancy as a result of the expiration of the terms of Mr. Richard L. Brown and Mr. Robert Perry. Those terms expired on September 30th, 2020. Each individual selected will serve a 6-year term, which will expire on September 30th of 2026. Procedures for filling this vacancy are set forth in Council Rule number 50. Now, we have 3 nominees tonight. It's in your agenda: Ms. Kenitha Carr, Ms. Malika Klinkscales, and Mr. Robert Perry. Nominees were notified that they had to meet with the Council Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening. Election to fill the seat is going to be tonight. Any nominee who failed to appear before the Rules Committee tonight would have been deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. So now we have a report from the Rules Committee and the Rules Committee Chair, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. President. We interviewed all 3, Ms. Kenitha Carr, Ms. Malika Klinkscales, and Mr. Robert Perry, and no one objected to any of those candidates.
All right. So all 3 are suitable for nomination tonight. Here's the way this thing is going to work. The system that we have is very good, but it does not have the ability to actually list out 3 names. I guess we'll work on that. So you should have, I believe, on your desk a ballot. It looks something like this. If you don't have one, you need to raise your hand. All right, so what happens is we are going to be voting by written ballot. You will vote for 2 of the 3 candidates because we have 2 vacancies to fill. Each vacancy will be filled by the top recipient of votes and or any nominee receiving 21 votes or more. That's from Rule 50. So what you will do is you will fill it out, put your name on it, your district, or if you're an at-large, and fill in 2 names. Don't put 3 names. You can only put 2. All right? So members of the council, if you will go ahead and do that, and then when you finish it, if you will fold it, raise your hand, and we will come around and collect it, and then we will be giving it to the clerk. And then, Mr. Cooper, I assume what we'll do is we'll call and make sure. We'll call each, we'll have to verify each name, so we'll go around and verify that we have the right names on the ballot. So members of the viewing audience, members of the public here in the back, we have an election to fill these 2 vacancies. This is the Health and Educational Facilities Board, and we have 3 candidates. And so what you're going to see in just a minute is, I guess, democracy at its finest. We are doing it by written ballot. So we will be collecting the written ballots. They will come up to the clerk's office, and then the clerk will put them in order and then start calling the members' names and make sure that the names listed on the ballot match what their preference is, and then we will be recording the vote totals. We will, the member has to, in order to get selected, you have to get 21 votes. If we don't have anybody with 21 votes, then believe that we will take the top 2 and then go back from that. If somebody gets more than 21, if 2 people get more than 21 votes, then they both are selected. If all 3 get more than 21 votes, then we know that there's a problem. Yeah. Again, for members of the public just tuning in, we are voting on the Health and Educational Facilities Board. It's an election to fill 2 vacancies for 2 terms expiring September 30th, 2026. We have 3 nominees, and we are getting ready to tabulate the votes. Doing it the old-fashioned way, by written ballot, and we're going to call out the names to make sure we've got this correct. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Mendez cast votes for Kenitha Carr and Malika Clinkscales. Councilmember Hurt cast votes for Kenitha Carr and Malika Clinkscales. Councilmember Swara cast votes for Malika Clinkscales, Kenitha Carr.
Okay, hold on just a second. We skipped Councilmember Allen.
Okay. Councilmember Allen cast votes for Robert Perry and Malika Clinkscales.
Okay, could you repeat Councilmember Suarez's vote?
Yes. Councilmember Suara cast votes for Malika Clinkscales and Kenitha Carr. Councilmember Hall cast votes for Kenitha Carr and Robert Perry. Councilmember Toombs cast votes for Clinkscales and Carr. Councilmember Gamble, Carr, and Clinkscales. Councilmember Swope, Carr, and Perry. Councilmember Parker, Carr, and Clinkscales. Councilmember Withers, Carr, and Perry. Councilmember Benedict, Carr, and Clinkscales. Councilmember Hancock, Carr, Councilmember Van Reese was Clinkscales and Perry. Now Councilmember Hancock, Carr, and Clinkscales. Councilmember Young, Carr, and Clinkscales. Councilmember Hager, Carr, and Perry. Councilmember Evans, Carr, and Perry. Councilmember Bradford, Carr, Clinkscales. Roten, Carr, Perry. Syracuse, Clinkscales, and Perry. Welsh, Carr, and Clinkscales. Sledge, Clinkscales, and Perry. Cash, Carr, and Perry. O'Connell, Carr, Clinkscales. Roberts, Carr, and Perry. Councilmember Taylor, Carr, and Clinkscales. Hauser, Carr, and Clinkscales. Druffel, Carr, and Perry. Murphy, Carr, and Perry. Pulley, Carr, and Perry. Johnston, Carr, and Perry. Nash, Carr, and Perry. Vercher, Carr, and Clinkscales. Porterfield, Carr, and Clinkscales. Sepulveda, Clinkscales, and Perry. Rutherford, Clinkscales, and Perry. Stiles, Clinkscales. Lee, Carr, and Clinkscales. Henderson, Carr. Rosenberg, Carr, and Clinkscales.
We are checking our votes. We'll let you know in just a second. All right, so we've confirmed our votes. Ms. Carr received 32 votes. Ms. Clinkscales received 25 votes. Mr. Perry received 19 votes. Based upon Rule 50, Ms. Carr and Ms. Clinkscales are elected. So congratulations. So thank you all three for running. That's very important, and we wish you the best in your service. Thank you. And Mr. Perry, thank you for your service on the board before. Actually, I think Mr. Perry is not here, but was able to attend the Rules Committee meeting. So again, thank you. So we are now ready to move on to bills on public hearing. So actually, before I do that, I want to recognize Councilmember O'Connell at podium number 2. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. At our last meeting, I was not sufficiently attentive to bills on third reading where one sailed through on consent that I wanted to draw just some special attention to, so I appreciate everybody's patience. BL 2020-451 is a remarkable bill for Councilmember Pulley. He has done what many have imagined, a few have tried, and even more have declared impossible. Through his patience, diligence, persistence, and sheer force of will, he's cleared the path for a new gateway to Green Hills, a vortex to the verdant slopes, an entry to the Emerald Inclines. Though Nashvillians will have to look elsewhere than Hillsborough and Crestmore for a sack full of chili cheese pups, we will no longer have to wait for 4 cars to stuff into the space meant for 2 while making a left onto Glen Echo. May the Cross Creek Road backdoor shortcut rest in peace. As chair of the Traffic, Parking, and Transportation Committee, I award him our highest civilian honor, which are these remarks. He is to be commended, and I hope that someday the traffic signal at a newly unified intersection is named in his honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. I do miss the chili cheese puffs. We are now ready for bills on public hearing. So I will call up the bills one at a time and then refer to the bill's sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. Then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the bill. Then I will ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the bill. If anyone in favor of the bill wishes to speak on the bill, I ask you to come forward, go to the microphone that's right there in the back, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. There's a clock up here that has the 2 minutes, and I will usually let you try to finish your sentence, and then I will cut you off, so try to keep it to 2 minutes. I will then, after I go through the vote, those who are in favor of the bill, then ask for anybody who is in opposition if they wish to speak. Again, when it comes time, I'm going to read the bill number. We'll go to the sponsor. If they call for the public hearing, ask for a show of hands in the back of those who are here to speak in favor, those who are here to speak against, and then we will start with those in favor. I ask you to come forward to the microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak. Then I go to the folks who are in opposition. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. So we will now go to the first bill. If you've got an agenda, it's on page 2. It's BL 2020-195. It's by Councilmember Sepulveda. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Code by changing from R6 to SP zoning on property located at 4306 Goins Road at the northwest corner of Goins Road and Taylor Road at 6.06 acres to permit 121 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
Let's see. I don't think we have one. Yeah, so you can go ahead and just call for the public hearing.
Move to open up the public hearing.
All right. So I declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Seeing no one, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved for approval on the bill on public hearing, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing no one, all those in favor of the bill on second reading, on public hearing, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is approved. Bill is passed on public hearing. All right, thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Okay, we are now on item 2. This is BL 2020-256 by Councilmember O'Connell and Murphy. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Code by making applicable the provisions of an historic preservation overlay district to various properties located along Clinton Street, from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North, Zone CF, IR, and SP. It's 8.19 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Could I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure? Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I do see somebody in opposition. Ma'am, would you like to speak? Okay. If you would, just come on up to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Janet Vaughn. I live at 658 Huntington Parkway. I fall under Council Robert Nash's district. I worked at Marathon Village for a number of years. That's the property that's in question. I feel that it's not beneficial to the homeowners in that area, as they will lose the ability to possibly sell their property at a later date and become and have it become more lucrative. As a homeowner myself, the biggest investment that I have is my home. And I know a lot of these people in that area have lived there for many years. And as the properties have continued to increase in Nashville, this has been probably their biggest windfall of cash to come to them, if that's a possibility for them. Putting this historic overlay in place takes away their ability to sell their homes and make a decent profit. I just feel that it's not in the best interest of the community, and that it, for me, seems to be more single-sided for the person that has requested this overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am. All right, if you'll come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I am Deborah Walker, and my address is 212 Long Valley Road, Brentwood, Tennessee, 37027. I have an interest in most of the property under consideration, and I have equipped you with a packet tonight that gives a couple of maps that makes that area a little easier to understand as far as how much I have a part of. I have been married to Barry Walker for almost 25 years, and I object, I oppose this historical overlay. He began pushing for this overlay after our divorce was filed, and we have been in a lengthy divorce. This overlay will complicate the division of property, and I believe that the council is being used to jockey for leverage in a private divorce action. I know that you do not want to set a precedent of getting involved in private divorce actions. I have been involved in the development of Marathon Village, and I know how difficult it is to recruit retail businesses even without these additional restrictions. If your interest is in preserving Marathon, you should know that this action may make it more difficult to preserve the building by making it more difficult to attract the retail tenants that it needs to survive. It does not make sense to add these additional restrictions during the middle of a pandemic. Marathon Village has been preserved without these restrictions. Councilman O'Connell has stated that my husband, Mr. Walker, is the one who initiated this overlay request. No one else, including myself, in this area or around this area were informed. It was constructed over a lengthy amount of time. It had to take months. And then it was already in the process before it was found out about. And we've just had an uphill battle with this because we have not been informed. We were not allowed to be a part of it. We have had no rights.
Ms. Walker, your 2 minutes just rang, so if you could just finish.
I appreciate your consideration.
All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing no one else, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, so the motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're kind of at our second effort here, and I think on the question of notice, this is like any standard process. We're on the very front end of things. It can be difficult to reach every property owner just by knocking on doors, and this is why you do signs and postcards and mailings, and we've done multiple community meetings here. I would also note that there are almost no residences impacted. In fact, the boundaries have shrunk considerably from the original proposal, which was almost the full multi-block area there, spanning Clinton to Joe Johnston and 16th to 12th, and it is a much smaller footprint now. I think any member of council who has been over to Marathon Village would understand that as an adjacent to downtown industrial era brick collection of properties with a neighborhood vision supporting it, that this is worth your consideration. And I will acknowledge, as with overlays past, it has been difficult to get to consensus, but we have worked with a number of key stakeholders to get this to the maximally preserving and minimally disruptive scenario for the overlay. So I would appreciate council members' support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. So there's a motion to approve on second reading. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion on this matter? All right. Seeing none, we're voting. All those... Oh, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, or Vice Mayor, I apologize.
Close enough.
I stand, I guess, as a council member, but also for someone who's worked in that community for almost 40 years. And to see the things that are happening, it is refreshing to know that a treasured building or buildings like we have in Marathon Village will hold a historic value to that community. It is something that we have tried to do with several pieces of property, but because they did not maintain that original stature, and this does, I wholeheartedly support this effort to preserve this historic and bring that historic overlay to the building. And I know that there are many people in that community who also are very happy to know that it will be preserved for that community with all of the different changes that are being made. So I ask my colleagues to support this, and I thank the sponsor for presenting it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt, and thank you for wiping off the microphone. All right. Anybody else? All right. Seeing none, we are voting on 2020-256. All those in favor of the bill on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. So just for those watching in the back, so this is on public hearing. We're on second reading. There's a third reading on these bills. So this is a vote on second reading. The next bill, number 3 on your calendar, is 2020-418. This is by Councilmember Hall. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SP and RS-15 to SP zoning for properties located at 4269 Ashland City Highway and Ashland City Highway unnumbered. It's approximately 830 feet east of Stewart's Lane. It's 23.34 acres. Councilmember Hall, oh, there he is. Podium 1, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Can I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill? Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Councilmember Hall, I don't see anybody on either side. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, Councilmember Hall has moved for approval on BL 2020-418, properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue, anybody wish to speak? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on number 4, BL 2020-448. This is by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CL to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 2213 Gaines Street, 2236 Whites Creek Pike, at the southeast corner of Free Silver Road and Whites Creek Pike. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd actually like to move to defer this indefinitely.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Next bill, number 5, BL 2020-460 by Councilmember Withers and Nash, an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 17.32.150 to regulate the orientation of Type 2 billboards. Councilmember Withers, you were at podium number 8. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm continuing to work on this one with planning department staff as well as the legal department, and so I would like to defer this public hearing to the first meeting in January.
Okay. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in January, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. First meeting in January. Next bill, number 6, Bill 2020-470 by Council Members Van Rees, Hancock, and Benedict. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a corridor design overlay district to various properties along Gallatin Pike. Zone CS, CL, MUGA, IWD, and OR20 is 327 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you very much. And with a nod to former council members Anthony Davis and Bill Pridemore, I request an open to the public hearing.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. Can I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill? A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Councilmember Van Rees, I don't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized.
Thank you very much for the hard work of 5 council members and probably about 20,000 Madisonians. I move approval.
All right. So there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Remember, we're on second reading. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 7, BL 2020-471 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and R6 to MULA NS zoning for properties located at 1119 and 1123 3rd Avenue South. There he is. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd ask to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the bill. All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval with a very brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thanks. This rezoning will actually help the expansion of beloved Nashville Music Institution Forks Drum Closet. So with that, I would renew my motion.
All right, so you've heard the motion. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. All right, we're on number 8, BL 2020-472 by Councilmembers O'Connell and Murphy. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA NS zoning for property located at 1033 12th Avenue North, approximately 50 feet south of Jefferson Street, located within the Jefferson Street Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.29 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Motion passes. Okay, we're on BL 2020-473. It's number 9 on your agenda by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 and R6A zoning for property located at 2825 Old Buena Vista Road, approximately 230 feet south of Stoker's Lane. It's 0.44 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Okay. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the bill. All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on BL 2024-73, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 10, BL 2024-74 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MUGA zoning for property located at 1106 Davidson Street and 690 Davidson Street, approximately 715 feet east of South 5th Street. It's 7.97 acres. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. Anybody? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is a really exciting first step in moving Davidson Street away from industrial warehouse uses towards mixed uses that meets the community plan as well as the community's vision. Some of my colleagues even joined me on Davidson Street earlier this year where we planted 100 trees along the street. We're trying to make it more green. This rezoning will obviously move away from uses that can tend to generate heavy traffic and pollution and towards mixed uses, which is one thing, but it also will facilitate the additional infrastructure steps that we need to take to turn Davidson Street into a truly landscaped boulevard, working in cooperation with the Cumberland River Compact and Route Nashville. So this is another step. And this is a first step in trying to see how maybe the market even responds to mixed uses. And I'm happy to report that we are already receiving a lot of positive inquiries. So I'm really excited to see how this works out. And hopefully this will be the first of many great things to come for Davidson Street. With that, I renew my motion to approve.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. We're on item number 11, BL 2024-75 by Councilmember Roten. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 15 to MULA zoning for properties located at 3728 Central Pike and Central Pike unnumbered at the western terminus of Dotson Chapel Lane. It's 3.57 acres. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. I see a hand back there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. Nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope, we're good. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Number 12, BL 2024-76 by Councilmember Young. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R10 to CS zoning for property located at 2364 Gallatin Pike, approximately 750 feet east of River Chase Boulevard. Is 2.93 acres. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing.
We're going to open up the public hearing. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Councilmember Young, I don't see anybody, so I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. You're back on your bill.
And I'm going to move for approval.
And I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2024-76 on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Number 13, BL 477, by Councilmember Benedict. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a contextual overlay district to properties located at various addresses along Rosecliff Drive, approximately 160 feet east of Preston Drive, Zone R10. Is 13.04 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those here, those who are here in favor of this bill. Okay, see a couple of hands. A show of those who are here in opposition to the bill. Okay, I see hands on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you'll come up to the microphone, socially distance if you want to speak. And I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes. Who would like to speak? Come on up. And again, name, address, and you'll hear, and you have got 2 minutes. You'll hear it beep over here when your 2 minutes is up. Go ahead. Oh, I probably should turn on the microphone. There you go.
Good afternoon, all the people that are in presence. I am Jermaine Carruthers, and I live at 2200 Rosecliff Drive, and I'm here in opposition in support of the contextual overlay. You give me 2 minutes to stand up here and speak. Just imagine we have a bulldozer on Rosecliff Drive ready to tear down a nice house. Thank goodness we have hope. We have the contextual overlay that can be put in place to stop some of these developers from coming in and taking over. The talls and skinny is just not what we want on Rosecliff Drive. You have papers that are in front of you that you are going to look at and hopefully pass. With that being said, we have a couple of people that is in opposition, but they still love Rosecliff Drive. That's not the kind of love that we are looking for. Anytime that you have anything that is going on and you have to fight for something, you're going to have those opposition, but sometimes you just have to just stand up. Those tall and skin is just taking over Nashville, Tennessee, and it's just not right. We have gentrification. That's what I look at when I see some of these talls and skinnies and some of these developers that are coming into these communities and taking over. That's what I see. We have a couple of people that look like me on the south end of Rosecliff Drive, and I think they're trying to push us out. So with this overlay, this is going to deter those individuals from coming in, tearing up nice homes. Just imagine, within that 2 minutes of standing up here, a house is being flattened.
And there was your 2 minutes. It just ended.
Please pass the overlay. I'm in total support.
All right. Thank you. Let us clean that microphone off. Thank you, Ms. Doris. All right. Come on up. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Charles Bindall. I live at 2001 Rosecliff Drive. I was hesitant to be one of the first people to speak, as I'm sure there might be some comments made that I'd like to follow up on. But they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, so that is what I have for you here today. I'll put this up front here. I'll hold it. Almost 4 years ago, I began one of the most daunting and frustrating tasks you can do as a Nashville resident, to try and buy a home. When at looking possible options, I was lucky enough to find and purchase my little house on Rosecliff. It wasn't just the off-street parking or the huge fenced-in backyard for my dog that I loved. It was the street. The street of Rosecliff felt like a neighborhood, which made my house feel like a home. For over the past year, however, our charming little street is now at risk of looking more like off-campus college housing than a neighborhood. We've all witnessed the so-called tall and skinnies go up throughout our city, and I ask the council to please preserve and protect our street on Rosecliff. I understand that my supporting this bill may unfairly limit some neighbors and myself to future expansion plans of our houses that we may have, but I'd rather be limited than see the free-for-all of continued HPRs and duplexes and building and developers that is sure to come. To my neighbors that may be speaking against this overlay, I understand and I respect your opinion, but please look at what's happened in my house and know that if this overlay does not pass, you will look out your window one day and see what I now see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bendel. Do you want to make those pictures a part of the record? All right, so if you will hand them to the Sergeant at Arms, who's going to come over and get them. Yeah, you can do that, and then we'll take them later. That'll be fine. All right, thank you. All right, next, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is John Fabke. I live at 2008 Rosecliff Drive, and I'd like to speak in favor of the overlay. And like the other folks that spoke, I think one of the things that's so attractive of living in that neighborhood is just the feel of a neighborhood. It reminds me of the area I grew up in a rural area, but still it was kids were running around, critters were running around, dogs. Everybody knew the neighborhood dogs. Kids could kind of run and play freely, and everybody kind of kept an eye out for everybody else. I really appreciate that, and I feel like from having lived in a neighborhood originally, when we first moved to town, we lived on Powers Avenue, which had a similar feel, and since then, everything in the neighborhood has been replaced by new builds, except for the handful of folks who've kind of chosen to remain. As more and more of these places get built up, the remaining houses, eventually folks, I think, just decide to sell out because the things that made the neighborhood nice and made their homes livable aren't there any longer. One of the things is, as well, it seems that this overlay allows for some potential flexibility for folks that want to add on sensible additions to their house. So I understand those concerns of folks having at least the possibility to do add-ons. But I urge you to consider the overlay to preserve the great feel for the neighborhood and also for the historic nature of those houses. While they're not as fancy as something as, say, as Lockland Springs, it's a unique example of post-war housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're right on the 2 minutes. So while we're cleaning the mic, just a reminder to everybody here, council members and the public in the back, make sure you keep your mask on. Make sure it is properly fitted over your nose and mouth. And again, please practice social distancing wherever you are. All right? Ma'am, you're next. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carla Campbell. I live at 2013 Rosecliff Drive, and I'm here today to share my personal support for the overlay. My state rep often says that Rosecliff Drive is the nicest neighborhood in his district, and I agree with him. Rosecliff is a street where kids ride their bikes down the street, and when my kids ride their bikes down the street, I know that my neighbors are looking out for them. There's low traffic because there's low density. There are kind people that live on our street. There's a mature tree canopy, wildlife, silence. It's an idyllic setting. It's isolated from the world's problems in many ways. I get to step out onto my deck, listen to the wind rustle through the trees of my 40-year-old maple, which is a beautiful golden color, and hear the birds in the trees. What a gift. But that gift is being threatened. The development, as Charles said, has already begun, and this overlay is the only way to keep Rosecliff beautiful. And so I speak for myself tonight, but I also speak for my neighbors who could not be here. I was one of the people that helped start this effort back in the summer, and some of my neighbors and I spent the summer knocking on doors, talking to our neighbors, hearing their concerns, and we have overwhelming support for the overlay. In fact, I have signatures from 24 neighbors here tonight who support the overlay, homeowners within the overlay. And I have the honor and the responsibility of speaking for those absent neighbors tonight. I know that this is a difficult job for you all as public servants, and I know you're used to seeing it's hard for people to get here as well, especially on a weeknight, and even harder in a pandemic. So I feel that I have to say a word for my neighbors who are not able to be here this evening for all of those reasons. 2 had to be at work tonight who wanted to come. 1 is literally racing here to get here now after picking up his children. 1 had a COVID issue. 4 were afraid of COVID because they're older and didn't want to be here.
So, Ms. Campbell, your 2 minutes just rang. So if you could just conclude your remarks.
Thank you. And so I bring that to your attention because these are long-term residents of Nashville, of Rosecliff. These are school teachers, hospital workers, retired Metro employees, and these are the people that you should be protecting with an overlay. These are the people who are our voiceless residents tonight and every night. And I thank you for your consideration. And I have letters on top of the signatures from almost 40 people on our street and who live on adjoining streets. And if I might, I'd like to leave those with you so that they can be placed in the record.
If you can give them to the Sergeant at Arms, do you have them with you?
I do.
Okay, he will come over and pick them up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. All right, next speaker, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Diana Corcoran. My address is 2102 Rosecliff Drive. I stand here very much in support of the contextual overlay. I'm aware of the restrictions and I still want to support it. I have owned my house since 2012. I am thankful that we're one of the few streets that has not been heavily impacted by the poorly constructed developer homes. Our homes are built to last and generally more sought after by families and young buyers because they represent our city's image, our destination city's image. People come here because of what Nashville is. Still, I see our desirability fading as we lose the picket fences, the trees, the restored solid brick storybook homes and accompanying gardens. I'm not one to stop progress. In fact, I'm often one who's out there chasing change and supporting expansion. But this is not progress, it's a pump and dump. The argument that these new houses increase the street's value is not valid. It's only valid if the street is dilapidated. That is not our street. It's full of 70-year-old stable brick homes that have been restored or being restored to look like they come right out of a magazine. We need to keep that. We need to take care of that. These houses home families from all over the world. They home doctors, songwriters, lawyers, sanitation workers, architects, mechanics, and so much more. They shelter black people, white people, brown people, young people, older people, and kids. These houses, gorgeous yards, home families of deer, trees, creeks. They provide playgrounds from kids from neighbouring houses where tall and skinnies have already taken away their backyards. Congested housing only works when it was intended. The style of our East Nashville streets and cities and the services infrastructures can not support any more than the number of residents that currently reside there. So please pass this overlay. Do it for the kids, the community, the environment, and if none of that matters to you, I ask you to do it for the economic future of our city. Because unless we start planning on replacing these plywood structures every 20 years, the city's going to look like a toilet.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, next speaker, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Shauna Wells. I live at 2008 Rosecliff Drive. Just 1 block north of us on Sheridan, there's been many large houses and tall skinnies put in. They take up the whole lot. They knocked down at least 12, they put in at least 12 houses where there was just a few nice brick ranches. And with those new houses, there's just a tiny little parking spot in front. The yards are gone. Sometimes they have to take down the mature trees. The street becomes more crowded. You lose that quiet feel that we all moved here for. You don't have the yards with the kids playing and people interacting out in their front yards. Many of these houses are 60 to 70 years old and are historic, and too many of them are being destroyed just for profits and for large houses that are much less affordable for many families. So for all these reasons and the reasons that my other neighbors gave, I am wholeheartedly in support of the contextual overlay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let us have just a minute to clean off the podium. There we go. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Edwin Maran. I live in the 2013 Rosecliff Drive. I'm here to speak that I'm strongly in favor of the overlay. I moved to this house in 2009. All I see in the past 9 years, like my neighbor was talking about Sheridan, these contractors, they buy one house and build 2 houses in one. The tall skinnies, and I don't like that because, like she was saying, the trees are being taken down. There is not enough grass. There is a lot of traffic. I have 3 daughters that they like to ride their bicycles and they like to walk, but now there is a lot of heavy traffic in that street. So now we cannot even go around the street with the bicycles. We have to take the girls to the park to ride the bicycles safely. And I don't want that happen to my street, which is Rosecliff, which create the dominoes effect, because these guys, they buy 1, build 2, and then they go to the next neighbor, offer money, and then take that house down and build 2. And I don't like that. That happened to my neighborhood. And for that, I'm in favor of the overlay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in favor? All right. Those wishing to speak in opposition, if you will come and line up, and then I'll need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Yeah, if you're coming to speak in opposition, come on up to the microphone and just, again, social distance and get in line.
Good evening. My name is Josh Somerville. I live at 2024 Rosecliff Drive, and I've lived there for over 17 years. I oppose this overlay. Obviously, you guys have heard there's much passion on this issue, but as written, this is just plain bad legislation. In our neighborhood, there is absolutely no disagreement on the issues at hand. Nobody, as you've heard, wants tall skinnies, irresponsible development, blocking out the sun. Everybody is against that type of development in our neighborhood. But additionally, no one wants to limit the responsible growth of neighbors. I'm an architect. I've lived in my house for 17 years. I have multiple designs, real and quantifiable plans to add under my house that are allowable under current R10 zoning and will not be under the new overlay. Modest additions, nothing crazy. This legislation throws the baby out with the bathwater. And unfortunately, the letter of the law causes people to choose from one of these 2 options. It's clunky legislation that limits growth and responsible development. And your districts and the city would benefit from its fine-tuning or replacement. I would reference Mayor Cooper's campaign slogan, "Let's create a city that works for everyone." This overlay does not. This is a great opportunity for the council to replace it with one that does. Let's create an overlay that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Somerville.
Hi, my name is Liz Edwards. I live at 2011 Rosecliff Drive.
I just want to speak to my personal experience. My husband and I bought our house in 2013, and because of so many people here today, we fell in love with Rosecliff. That was going to be our first home, our starter house where we had our daughter, and because of the people and the neighborhood, we have stayed and we want to stay. Unfortunately, we bought a really small house, and we're growing. Our family is growing, and we want to add on. And if this overlay goes into place, we won't be able to, and we'll be forced to move, which really makes me sad. So I guess I want to take this opportunity to say that Nashville is growing. Nashville is an it city. I'm from Houston, Texas. I have had several friends move here. People from all over the world want to move to Nashville. We need to evolve these laws. It is not fair to treat me the same as these greedy developers. It's just not fair. I am a responsible homeowner. We have plans to add on a beautiful addition, a modest one, not big, and you're treating me the same as these greedy developers. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. And I just hope that with Nashville being the it city it is, we need to continue to grow and evolve for us to continue to be the it city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Anybody else wishing to speak? I see nobody else in the queue, so I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with brief comment, please.
All right, so the motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think, colleagues, what you heard tonight was a lot of support, which is what I've heard from the community as well. There's a couple of folks that are in opposition, and I absolutely empathize with where they're coming from, and I've spoken with them about variance opportunities and how I would support them specifically. So at the Planning Commission last week, this was unanimously approved, but it was asked that based on the feedback at the meeting that we have another public meeting with the group. We held that earlier this week and came up with the same response as what we've heard tonight. As I campaigned last year, and I think many of us heard, is a kind of protection of the neighborhood, making sure that we're growing in a way that benefits residents rather than benefiting, or rather, as one of my colleagues said, development happening for us, not to us. And this is the type of protection that these folks are looking for from us. So with that, again, I'd ask for your support.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Nash?
To Council Lady Benedict's point, and I just kind of want to clarify with maybe our planning staff. Somebody wanted to put a simple addition on their house, they can request a variance at the BZA. Is that right or wrong?
Planning Department, you got it?
This is on the contextual. There we go. The contextual overlay does not prohibit additions, but it would place limits on the amount of square footage that could be allowed based on the surrounding properties and the amount of floor area coverage, lot coverage that they have, not total square footage, but the coverage. However, a variance could be requested for anything that is exceeding what the contextual overlay would permit by right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Thank you, Planning Department. And then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Benedict. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. So we're on a motion by Councilmember Benedict for passage on second reading of Bill 2024-77. Again, properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. Councilmember Sledge? No? Okay. Then we're on the ready for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to pass on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. We're on item number 14, Bill 2024-78 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to MUGANS zoning for properties located at 1021, 1023, and 1025 8th Avenue South. all at the corner of 8th Avenue South and Olympic Street. It's 0.41 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. I want to thank everybody who was here who is now leaving right now. Thank you all for being here. So we will declare the public hearing open. We're on Bill 2020-478. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. Councilmember Sledge, I didn't see anybody. Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Council Member. We're on number 15, Bill 2020-479 by Councilmember O'Connell and Murphy. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from MUN, MUNA, MULA, MUG, OR20CS and CF to MUNNS, MUNANS, MULANS, MUGNS, QR20NS, CSNS, and CFNS. I think that's just one bingo. Zoning for various properties located between Rosedale Parks Boulevard and 2nd Avenue North from Hume Street, south to Jefferson Street, located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Need to defer public hearing to the first meeting in December, please.
Okay. Is it going to work? That's good. We are checking to make sure we're okay.
We can't. Is this the one that we were playing? Yeah, it's fine.
It's okay. Okay. So that's good. It's the first meeting in December. We're just checking on notice requirements. First meeting in December, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill, on the motion, excuse me? Seeing none, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in December. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay. We're on item number 16, Bill 2020. 480 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for property located at 2220 Monticello Drive, approximately 400 feet north of West Trinity Lane. It's 0.21 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Okay, see a hand in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope, we're good. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve. We're on BL 2020-480. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on number 17, BL 2020-481 by Councilmember Withers, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM20 to MUGA zoning for properties located at 407 South 4th Street and South 5th Street, unnumbered at the northwest corner of South 5th Street and Shelby Avenue, 2.38 acres. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Okay, see hands in the back. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. I don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right. So the motion is to approve. This is Bill 2020-481, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. You know, I very rarely bring any rezoning bills to this body, but I had two tonight, and they're both transformational in different ways. This one is for the corner of 5th and Shelby, which is a busy intersection. I'm really excited that folks are coming to me with projects to do even more mixed income communities, such as we've been doing in Envision AC and has worked very well. This team approached me about a year ago with that concept and also pairing that with building additional space for Samaritan Recovery Community. which has operated there on that site for many years and has really incredible demand for their services. During our budget hearings this past year, we heard a lot from the community that they wanted us to invest in and or prioritize wraparound services and affordable housing. This one does both of those things, and so I think this really is an exciting project that will really frame not only the intersection of 5th and Shelby, but really frame East Nashville's very progressive values that we want to be inclusive in our housing, as well as to include people who need different kinds of support services to be a part of a very vibrant community. And with that, I renew my motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Withers renews his motion to approve on second reading. This is Bill 2024-81. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. Number 18, Bill 2024-82, by Councilmember Van Rees, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to CS zoning for a portion of properties located at 619 West Due West Avenue and Creative Way, unnumbered, approximately 70 feet south of West Due West Avenue and along the east side of Interstate 65, 10.44 acres. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I request to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. I see no hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I move approval, please.
Move approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on number 19, Bill 2020-483 by Councilmember Young. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 7.5 to RM4 NS zoning for property located at Edgemead Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 440 feet east of Gallatin Pike. It's 2.01 acres. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing.
We're going to open up the public hearing. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. I see a hand up over there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. See nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
I move approval.
Motion is to approve on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. We're on number 20, BL 2020-484 by Councilmember Roten, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to MELA zoning for properties located at 4011, 4017, and 4023 Dotson Chapel Road, 240 feet north of Central Pike. It's 3.04 acres. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bills. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. See nobody on either side. Councilmember Roten, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. Number 21, Bill 2020-485 by Councilmember Hancock. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a Plan Unit Development Overlay District for properties located at Forest Park Road, unnumbered, 250 feet north of Lanier Drive, zoned RM15. It's 4.51 acres. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, opening up the public hearing. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. See nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
For the benefit of the viewing audience, I would just like to explain that this would remove the planned unit development that a lot of people were worried about happening, and I think we're going to see some good things in the future here, and I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so the motion is to move for approval. We're on Bill 2020-485. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Nobody in the queue. Got a motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Number 22, Bill 2024-86 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 1108, 1110, 1114 4th Avenue South. It's 90 feet south of Mildred Chute Avenue, 0.41 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. I see several hands in favor. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. I see nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Answer is no. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Got a motion to approve. We're on Bill 2024-86. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 23, BL 2024-88 by Councilmember Hager. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 725 Tulip Grove Road and a portion of property located at 703 Tulip Grove Road, 340 feet north of Scotts Creek Parkway at 10.20 acres. Councilmember Hager, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. I see nobody either way. Councilmember Hager, declare the public hearing closed. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move for passage, please.
Okay, so the motion is to approve passage of 2024-88 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. We are now on item number 24, BL 2024-89 by Councilmember Roberts. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 6001 and 6003 O'Brien Avenue at southwest corner of O'Brien Avenue and Lelliott Street. It's 0.48 acres. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Councilmember Roberts, I didn't see anybody back there.
I didn't see anybody.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Remember, we're on second reading. Don't see anybody. Ready to vote. All those in favor of 2024-89 on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 25, BL 2024-90. Ordinance to amend Title 17. This is by Councilmember Rosenberg. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A, RS40, and RS80 to SP zoning for various properties located at 9293 and 9401 South Harpeth Road, Griffith Road unnumbered, Lewis Road unnumbered, South Harpeth Road unnumbered, Highway 100 unnumbered, and Old Harding Pike unnumbered. It's north of Highway 100, spanning from South Harpeth Road to Lewis Road, northward to Griffith Road. It's approximately 1,119 acres to permit a maximum of 500 single-family lots. Councilmember Rosenberg, I believe we need to see the slides, but that's right. I'm so used to saying we got to see the slides. But Councilmember Rosenberg, because it's a disapproved bill, I'm going to go to the planning table. And Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Hi, this is a request to rezone property to an SP to permit 506 single-family lots and several other associated uses. The Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the request rezoning. The reason for the Planning Commission's disapproval was that there are areas of steep topography on the site. The site is located in a T2 rural area. Additionally, there were outstanding comments from the fire department. It's standard procedure for planning staff to recommend disapproval if there are outstanding reviewing agencies. So in other words, they had not received an approval from the fire department. Given those reasons, staff recommended the Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We're on 2020-490. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. All right. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would, come on up to the microphone. I need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thompson with Reagan Smith and Associates. Address is 67 Glen Rock Drive, Nashville, Tennessee 37221. I'm here on behalf of my client, South Harpeth Farms LLC Properties. One of the owners, Bob Freeman, is also here in attendance. The owners have been owners of this land for over 25 years. They engaged Reagan Smith approximately 2 years ago with a clear direction to preserve and protect the natural resources and the beauty of the site while engaging a residential community within it. Since that time and with that direction, we have interacted with Councilman Rosenberg, the planning staff, the planning department, and Public Works. We had a neighborhood meeting on June 30th. We sent out over 220 invites to that meeting. We had 66 people attend a Zoom meeting at that time. Thus, the proposed regulatory SP that's before you tonight. And just for your reference, you should have a copy of that on your desk in front of you for further detail. This SP establishes guidelines to direct responsible development, protect and preserve natural resources, establish flexible lot sizes to accommodate open space, establish maximum allowed density of 0.44 units per acre. That's less than 1 unit per 2 acres. It significantly limits allowed uses that are currently allowed in AR2A, RS80, and RS40. It provides needed safety improvements along Highway 100. It provides needed utility districts in the area. It will provide a 2-acre dedicated site for a future fire station, and most importantly, it will establish over 780 acres of open space preserved in perpetuity. Concerning the fire department,
That is, hit your 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Concerning the fire department, we will meet every aspect of the requirements that's required by that fire marshal. That will have to be met and presented at final SP. We'd very much appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jay Easter. I'm with Reagan Smith and Associates, address 505 Foxcroft Circle, Franklin, Tennessee. I'm the registered landscape architect and certified land planner that has been on the team preparing the regulatory SP. This project falls within the T2 rural transect category, and according to the character manual, the T2 rural transect category is supposed to be sparsely developed with agricultural, low-density residential as the primary uses, complemented by low-intensity commercial uses. The D2 rural transect category provides residents with a choice of seclusion within the natural and rural countryside. The character manual defines the purpose of T2 rural designated areas and lists a series of characteristics which we listed and justified on the regulatory SP that is before you and were outlined in a letter that was provided to the Commission tonight. The South Harpeth Farms SP complies and supports these statements outlined within the Community Character Manual. The statements, along with the supporting documents that were provided to the Commission, we believe this project should be approved. It would be in the best interest of the community, that it is good planning, and that it will provide the community and the surrounding property owners and will ultimately protect the site and the surrounding properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You got name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kate Riley. I live at 604 Hampton Court, Franklin. I am actually the head and founder of Holy Trinity Montessori, which is really at 8131 Highway 100, Old Harding, which is literally across the street from this proposed development. However, I'm in full support due to the fact that the safety and traffic concerns that we have along Highway 100 at all times, this is nothing but an improvement. I developed my school in 37 acres with a commitment to land and animals and children, and so I think mirroring this across the street is a beautiful commitment to the same integrity of the land that we have in the area, as well as the community, the families, the areas around it. And so I'm in full support of this, especially for the traffic and safety issues that this could improve down Highway 100 as we all face that in the west part of town. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. You've got name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is James Slaughter. I live at 8907 Griffith Road, and I've spoken to a couple of my nearest neighbors, and we approve of this project going forward to develop our community. I think it may be a great deal of help to our community up there where we live at, and just saying we totally approve of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Carl Wallace, and I live at 747 Pine Hill Lane. The Wallace family has lived in that area along Pine Hill Lane for going back 50 years. My parents were there in the 70s. I built my house and lived there with my wife and 4 kids, and for 30 years. My land actually backs up to this project, so I'm actually really interested in what happens there. I will say that I've known Bill Freeman for 25 years. When Bill Freeman and Mr. Maddox and Mr. Webb bought the property, they actually improved it. The people who owned the property prior to them pretty much destroyed it with bulldozers and roads, and had clear-cut trees and caused erosion and ran out of money. They were trying to develop it, and they just sort of left it destroyed. Well, Bill Freeman came back and improved the land. He's been a good steward of the property. He's planted crops for wildlife, the deer and the wild turkey and migrating birds, put gates at all the entrances with locks so that people couldn't just come along, whoever wanted to, and go back there with four-wheelers and shooting up the place. He's had church groups out there, fishing in his lake. He's had wounded warriors come out there. He's had scouts groups come out there. He's a good member of our community. He actually owns a home out there as well. What I see after being there all these years, development is going to come down 100, the corridor, no matter what we do, whether it's Bill Freeman or whoever. But this is a very unique concept to allow for 780 acres to remain undisturbed. If you stop and think about that, Edwin Warner Park is only 680 acres.
So you just hit your 2 minutes.
I'm in full support of this. I think it's a unique concept that keeps our community the way it is now, with lots of natural land around us. And I think Bill Freeman is a good steward of the land for the past 25 years, and I think he'll continue to do that with this project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of this project? All right, so those who wish to speak in opposition, if you will line up. I'll need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. And if you don't mind, go ahead and line up and then make sure you social distance. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Rob Briley. I live at 8537 Old Harding Lane, which is just to the south of this proposed development in a little neighborhood. My wife and 4 of our children have lived there since 2014, and we love it. I'm not sure if this is the right plan for there or not, because I'm not a land use policy expert, but the Planning Commission is, and I count on their expertise as a citizen of this city to guide us and to set benchmarks for us to have to adhere to when we're proposing new developments in areas like this. And they disapproved this 8-2. And if I could just read one part encourage you to read their staff report, because that's where I got my information about the project and the policies that underlie not just the base zoning, but what are we trying to do in this part of the county? What are we trying to do in this part of the city? And in their final analysis, they said, while it may be possible to develop the site sensitively in a manner that's consistent with policy guidance, staff is unable to determine if the plan complies without having a conceptual layout plan that demonstrates compliance with the adopted subdivision regulations. When you talk about those policy considerations, there are a bunch in this report. There are 3 that I'd point out to you. One of them is the rural maintenance, the T2 rural maintenance policy that they talked about. The second one is conservation issues, and the third is sewer. This plan doesn't comply with any of those. And if you overlay those over what was proposed, according to the Planning Commission, you don't have 506 lots, you have 110. And so it is a radical departure from what we would normally see in an area of that nature, and I would encourage you to vote against it.
Former Representative Briley, thank you for being here. All right, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's J.R. Corby. I live at 8600 Poplar Creek Road. I want to start by saying I'm not against development, and I'm really not against this development as long as they follow the planning department guidelines. We're here because the developer and my council member are trying to circumvent the planning department. The zoning request ignores the enormous amount of planning and community involvement represented in Nashville Next. Nashville Next identifies this area as T2 rural and CO environmentally sensitive forever, not until a developer gets a big idea. The property owners have known of the current zoning limit of 1 house for every 2 acres, along with septic system, for as long as they've owned the land, 25 years I heard. That hasn't changed in all this time. They're trying to do this SP so that they can cram more houses into the few buildable areas in the property. This request also ignores the enormous amount of knowledge and professionalism of the planning staff, who put a lot of work into very thoughtful reasons for denying the request. This request will also give the developer, the way it's written, the SP, a free pass to develop almost anything. They keep talking about the restriction, and if you go read this, you'll see that that's not true. I'm against this zoning request, and I wish that you would vote against it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Foreman, and I live at 7867 Highway 100. And unfortunately, there are times when I can't get out of my driveway. I sat, counted about 5 minutes during rush hour. I couldn't get out. So suffice it to say, Highway 100 cannot handle a mass development project at this time. I live just down the street from this proposed mass planning. The Planning Commission has already said no. Residents in my community have said no. Rural Davidson County is rural for a reason. We tout our parks, we tout the Natchez Trace, our farms, our beautiful land, and yet mass development has and continues to threaten what we say we're so proud of. Most recently, Stevens Valley came in, a massive community still under construction, planned construction for many, many years to come, up to nearly 1,000 homes, thousands of vehicles, retail, church. This was approved without the knowledge of the immediate community. And again, this building is going to go on for years. It's in the same area. This current bill is in regards to yet another project that our community knew nothing about until the last minute. And then when we began to get the word out, again, they do not want it. Mass development doesn't always bring the unity we think that it does, and in this situation, considering the lack of infrastructure, it's going to bring congestion and confusion. We're tired of being taken advantage of by mass building projects that the community at large knows nothing about until it's too late. We're asking you to listen to the Planning Commission. They know what they're talking about. They are the experts. I'm asking you to preserve this land. Preserve our way of life, please. Keep our rural areas enjoyable and peaceful for everyone. And please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foreman. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Carson Smart. I live at 7469 Old Charlotte Pike. I come to you this evening to vote against this project that's being proposed. I am part of a petition that we have over 76 signatures to vote against this, and we would have much more if the community would have been aware and would have been notified properly, but I feel that we as a community have gotten the short end of the stick along with many other projects that have gone on within my city. I was born and raised here, and my city has changed tremendously in the last 10, 15 years, 5 years at that. I grew up on the west side of town, and I would strongly urge to vote against this. I rode my motorcycle in that area. I don't want to get hit by some more people. There's enough people in this town, and there's enough stuff going on, and I just wish that you guys would listen to our Planning Commission and vote against this, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Next, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jim Redwine. I live at 2704 Woodlawn Drive, Nashville 37212. I am here representing the Harpeth Conservancy, of which I'm the VP and COO, and thank you again for the opportunity to submit the comments. Harpeth Conservancy is a science-based conservation organization concerned with protection of Nashville's state scenic Harpeth River and its tributaries, as well as Richland and Mill Creeks in Nashville and rivers statewide. We agree with the Planning Commission's disapproval, and our principal concerns are outlined in our comment letter of November 3rd, which was sent to council members. I brought a couple of extra copies to be placed in the record of meeting, and we'll give those to the Sergeant of Arms. As we noted, the proposal would remove from protection 900 some odd acres that are supposed to be in conservation areas, which, among other things, are supposed to guard against and mitigate against flooding and provide other environmental benefits to the surrounding community and the Harpeth River watershed. We're also concerned that specific plan processes are not being used as intended by the Nashville Code of Ordinances. Section 17.40.105 says that specific plans districts are alternative zoning processes that may permit land uses to achieve consistency with the general plan. That's clearly not the case here. That section goes on to require considerably more detail than has been provided. An SB district requires a specific plan to be designated such that, at a minimum, the location, integration, and arrangement of land uses, buildings, structures, utilities, access, transit, parking, streets, collectively to avoid monotony, variety, and yield context-sensitive development. This has clearly not been provided yet. Similarly, the proposed specific plan does not comply with Section 17.40.106B, which also requires considerably more detail, including such things as the plan's consistency with the principles and objectives of the general plan, a list of allowable land uses, height, and size of proposed buildings. So we are concerned here that the developer is trying to lock in densities under Tennessee's Vested Rights Properties Act of 2014 on the slenderest of reeds without providing the public or the Planning Commission or the Council of the Public nearly the information to require to comply with Nashville's own ordinances or the Nashville Next General Plan.
Mr. Redwine, that was your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. We're prepared to work with the plan proponents and the community to find an acceptable plan. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shulman. Thank you, City Council, for your time tonight. My name is Douglas Janer. I live at 8495 Poplar Creek Road, just down the road from this proposed development. My primary message that I ask for you to consider tonight is this is simply too large of a development to pass without the blessing of our City Planning Commission. It's just too large. That conservation overlay was put in place via the Nashville Next Community Engagement Initiative, whereby you all, the city, invited people to come out and give input as to how they wanted their community to look and what sort of zonings should be in place. If you vote in support of this tonight, I'm suggesting to you that you're ignoring or you're silencing all the voices of all the people that came out and participated in the Nashville Next Community Engagement meetings. Now, one thing that Dave Rosenberg does do well is he sends out a monthly newsletter to keep his constituents informed. And just last week, I got his newsletter where he briefly talks about this development. And the one paragraph here says, discussions are ongoing to further decrease density, limit accessory uses, and address other feedback from the Planning Commission and neighbors, period. He makes no mention of tonight's public hearing meeting. I think that kind of exemplifies the path that this has taken to get to where we are tonight. I think that's disingenuous of Dave to do that. He's going to get up here in a minute and he's going to talk about what a great plan this is and what great stewards of the land the developers are. If it's so great, go back to the Planning Commission and work out a deal. There's probably a deal here. I'm not a big anti-development guy. I just want it done right. As a neighbor in that area, I just think it needs to be done right. Go back to the Planning Commission and do it the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chainer. All right, thank you, Doris. Next, name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Bill Rogers. I live on 1660 South Harpeth Road. I have farmed on South Harpeth Road for over 40 years, raising 5 kids, 13 grandchildren, plenty of cattle, horses, chickens, an errant goat every now and then, plenty of turkeys and deer, and a lot of armadillos. We do not need this development in our valley. This gentleman just spoke was Poplar Creek Road, South Harpeth Road. If you've ever been out there, they're the 2 of the most beautiful valleys in Middle Tennessee. All of this land that this gentleman is talking about developing, the runoff goes into our beautiful little river out there, South Harpeth River, which is nothing but a big creek. You cannot tell me that our pristine river that is full of fish, full of kayakers and canoers, will not be disturbed by 500 houses with oil and gas, asphalt, concrete, asphalt shingles running into our river. There is not a development outside in Davidson County of Natchez Trace Parkway and Lovelace Hotel on our side, all the way out to Fairview, all the way from I-40, all the way to Franklin. We don't have a development out there, and we don't need a development out there. The roads around this development are lane-and-a-half roads, 8-foot lanes maximum. Griffith Road, this gentleman from Griffith Road said he was for it. Griffith Road is almost a one-lane road. They cannot handle this traffic. Highway 100 drains Dixon and Fairview in and out every night, bumper to bumper. It cannot stand any more traffic. Please vote no to this development. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All right. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Will Andrews, and we own property at 1311 South Harpeth Road. Have had property there for a little while, been in that area for a long time. The feel of that property being rural and farm, just as Bill has just spoken, is one of the things we want to keep. We're not for development. We certainly don't want 500 houses. Our farm is on South Harpeth, as Bill has spoken, a very, very narrow road. It takes traffic now from 100 over to Highway 70 and also over to I-40. As Nashville has grown and 100 corridors grown with things like Stevens Valley, development such as that, that one road cannot take that kind of traffic. So I'm in hopes the Planning Commission will look at that and really look at what this development would do with regards to traffic on a cut through back over to Highway 70. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Okay, my name is Chuck Elkin, and I own property on South Harpeth Road as well. My address is 9430, 9434, 9424 South Harpeth Road. My property is located directly across the street from this proposed development. One of the egress-ingresses is directly across the street from my driveway onto my property. As you've heard already, South Harpeth Road cannot handle this traffic. South Harpeth Road can't handle the traffic that it currently has. We've got several areas where you've got a bluff on one side and a river on the other. I would like to invite all the council members to go out there and just drive down at one time. That's all it'll take. But the reason we're here is to oppose this development. Oh, excuse me. We've heard from engineers, we've heard from landscape architects, we've heard from lots of people about how this is a positive. I don't understand how it can be a positive when it goes against the Nashville Next Plan, the Bellevue Community Plan, and as we heard from another individual already, the current zoning on this property only allows approximately 110 homes. The new proposed planning would bring in 506 homes, and we just cannot handle that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. All right, anybody else wish to speak in opposition? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to everybody who came out and spoke tonight. I think it's important first to acknowledge that the decision here isn't between this proposal and green space and perpetuity. It's between what's allowed now and what this development proposal calls for. Right now, the zoning on the property is split between, there's a little bit of RS40, but primarily RS80 and AR2A. And it's important to know that even though AR2A, the A and the R stand for agricultural and residential, that's not all that you can do on AR2A. Those of you within your areas in your districts are pretty familiar with some of the more nefarious uses. Down the road on Highway 100, a little farther into town, there was a nursing home developer that wanted to rezone some property, some residential property, to an SP to allow for a pretty large senior home, senior community. And the residents didn't want to do it, so we didn't do it. They found a little piece of AR2A in a less ideal location right next to two other senior homes that's in between some neighborhoods. And they're now building what was going to be a 4-story, but we talked into a 3-story facility along Highway 100. So, looking at what you could do with this zoning, the base zoning allows for 559 single or two-family homes, then all the other uses that I know the current owners wouldn't be interested in, like, if you look at the land use table, you'll see the list. I don't want to act like I'm trying to make that one of the choices. They wouldn't be allowed to do that because of the subdivision regulations, though, of course. It would be much more limited, and that would continue to be the case here. They could build more than the 100 whatever are in the buildable area because you can slice up some of the conservation area into the 2-acre districts. So instead, what we're looking at here is a proposal that's for single-family homes. It conserves 780 acres permanently of green space on everybody agreed was a beautiful piece of land. No non-residential, land for a fire hall, and most importantly, this will still be subject to those rural subdivision regulations that folks mentioned. It's still going to have to go back to planning to get approved. They're not going to be able to build 500 homes on this thing. As far as the river issue goes, I'm obviously very sensitive to that. We've had a piece of legislation to protect the Harpeth in here very recently. This development the development area is nowhere near the river, and in fact, no runoff will come off of this property. It will all stay on the property. It's not going to go into a sewer system. There isn't a sewer system, but it wouldn't go into the sewer system. It would all stay on site and not affect the river a bit. Now, I don't do a lot of zoning. I think y'all who were here last term know I think I carried maybe 3 zoning bills, which was the fewest in the council. Because I'm very sensitive and careful about making sure it's something that will benefit our community. And Bellevue has been pretty unanimous in wanting single-family homes. In this particular area of Highway 100, especially on this side of the Natchez Trace, said they don't want commercial out here. They don't want multifamily out here. They want something that's going to preserve the feeling out there. And these homes that won't even be visible from Highway 100 do that. This is good for our community. There's still work to do on the proposal. I think that there are some concerns that need to be cleaned up a little bit. I'd like to see the number of lots addressed, some of the accessory uses that folks have expressed concern about. I think we need to go and probably take out, and then also address some of the traffic issues that have been mentioned. So for tonight, I'm going to ask for approval on second reading and then defer third reading until the first meeting in December, so that we can continue to work on it and get to a place that really does benefit the community in the best way possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Rosenberg. So the motion is to approve on second reading tonight and then defer third reading until the first meeting in December. Is it correct? Okay.
Correct, Mr. President.
All right, so I've got a second to that. So we have people in the queue. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am basically torn between both sides of this particular issue. I, too, would like to see it actually go back to planning. I'd like some of the adjustments that Councilmember Rosenberg mentioned in terms of the traffic and possibly the reduction of the homes. I am not anti-development, and I do love Bellevue and the community in which this lies. But I do know that development is going to take place, and I'd rather it to be some smart development, smart growth. And to that point, my intent was to ask for a deferment now and see what we can come back with the planning department, and maybe give us an opportunity to have a community meeting and hear more from my neighbors before we take any action. So I'm not sure if it's better to move and approve on second and then have the meetings, or if it's better to defer. But so I'll go with my first thought and ask for a deferral, and let us go back and work things out and possibly bring it back to the council.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deferral for how long?
2 meetings.
Okay, so the motion is to defer for 2 meetings. Got a second? Okay, properly seconded. So the deferral motion takes precedence. We're on a deferral motion of 2 meetings. Again, properly second. Discussion on the deferral motion. I've got people in the queue, so let me just run through. We're on the deferral motion. We are not on the bill now. Okay, so let me just go through the queue first. Councilmember. So the question is from Councilmember O'Connell was it a 2-meeting deferral? Yes, but it was passage tonight on second reading. This is taking precedent. Okay? All right. So Councilmember Gamble, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I too support the motion by Councilwoman Hurt for a deferral, the 2-minute deferral. It concerns me, and I appreciate the sponsor for suggesting a deferral to address some of the issues that were expressed by the community tonight, but I agree that that probably should be done now as opposed to passing it now and deferring for the 3rd reading. So I would support. It concerns me that this project has not passed the fire marshal review, and I think a deferral at this time would be appropriate. Thank you.
All right, so we're still on the deferral motion. Councilmember Suara on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Speaking in support of the deferral as well, just for the same reason that everyone has stated. I think there's some concerns. The other thing also is that I don't think everyone understands that the fact that planning disapproved, that you can also bring it back again. I think it's good to have that meeting and explains to the community what it is, as well as address the issue before we moved on. So I support the 2-minute deferral before and the meeting before we can consider the bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess maybe before we vote on whether this deferral on the priority or the sponsor's request to defer after passage, I might ask the sponsor to speak to whether the hope would be in the work that gets done between now and whichever way it gets deferred to bring the bill to a point where it could in fact be approved by planning. I don't know how far off we are there, but if it's an SP with uses that are approved under policy, I'd be interested to know if the intent there is to close the gap and get this to be a bill that might meet policy.
Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not a proposal that could be approved by planning because Nashville Next says that we're not allowed to extend sewer. It's not Metro Water service area, mind you, but Nashville Next, which is written kind of in broad strokes, says that if you want to extend sewer, then it's automatically disapproved. That's the reason why there was not an attempt to, for example, remedy the state fire marshal, because under this is a preliminary plan that specifically says in it that it's going to have to go back and meet the rural subregs, which means that it's going to go back to planning and need to be approved there once the zoning is in place. This will not allow them to go and begin work tomorrow, even if that were their intent. It still has to go back and meet the regulations that are in place. So the answer to Councilman O'Connell's question is that going back to the Planning Commission for an approval would not be something that could be accomplished.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. I've got Councilmember Young on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A question or two for legal counsel, Mr. Cooper, if I could. This legislation being on second, and being a Chapter 17 land use bill, could it not be amended if needed on the third reading?
Yes, sir. It's amendable on third reading.
All right. And this to the sponsor, I seem to get the idea that when you spoke momentarily that you are still planning to work through a couple of issues, and that may or may not involve an amendment on third reading, would it not?
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It will absolutely include an amendment.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess I'm a little perplexed to see the harm of going ahead and continuing the process when the issues and concerns that some have are obviously already on the radar of Councilmember Rosenberg and can indeed be addressed on third reading like we do quite often. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against the deferral and in favor of Councilman Rosenberg's original motion. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. As y'all would know, as an at-large, I usually just stay quiet on the zoning bills, but since we've got a motion pending from another at-large, I do feel like it should be noted that Councilman Rosenberg is right in that his total number of zoning bills in 5 years is not very high, and in my experience in working with him in the council is that he's always been thoughtful and careful about what he brings forward on zoning things. And, you know, the truth of the matter is that while a number of the opponents brought up legitimate concerns that Councilman Rosenberg said he's working on, it's not lost on me that some of the opponents today have been working on, recalling Councilman Rosenberg recently in the last couple months. And at least for those commenters, I mean, I take it with a grain of salt because there's a track record of being opposed to whatever he does in the district, no matter how reasonable it is. And so I don't say that to diminish the comments of the other folks who came and talked, but not everybody who came and spoke has a great deal of credibility with me because they've just been opposed to everything that Councilman Rosenberg wants to do in the district. So for me, I take him at his word that he's working on it and would prefer to see the motion to defer or fail and let him move his bill forward. He's promised an amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Young, Councilman Mendez expressed some of the points that I was going to make as it relates to Councilman Rosenberg's legislation. When we have council members knowingly, unknowingly interject themselves in a district council member's zoning legislation, we run the risk of making decisions and voting on matters where we don't have all the information. Councilman Rosenberg alluded to that he's sponsored the fewest zoning legislation here in this body, but I think we may be going neck and neck in the 5 years. I say all that to say, colleagues, I ask that you vote against the deferral, allow the council member that's been elected to serve that community, work this out with his constituents in the respective community. Zoning deals aren't always just cut and dry. There's various nuances that goes with zoning legislation depending on the quadrant where you are within the city. So I ask you again to vote against the deferral motion and support your colleague in doing the work and representing the people that elected him. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson, do you wish to be recognized? Okay. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the deferral. I do appreciate Councilman Rosenberg and know that he will do good work as he continues to fine-tune this bill. And to Councilman Young's point, a Title 17 bill is amendable on third. But colleagues, when you have 1,119 rural acres of hilltop and valleys adjacent to one of our rivers, there is a broader community and regional concern. And when you get a bill to third, there's a fair amount of concern in the community. Those folks speaking in opposition today were primarily residents along that road. I have driven that road, so I would say that when you let something go to third, even though I know Councilman Rosenberg will do well with good intention, I think you often get a better process if you sort of take some of the pressure out of the process. Once you get things to third, then folks are really getting in a more oppositional posture, and often you can't have as constructive a conversation as you need to have. So if Councilman Rosenberg was suggesting passing on second and deferring 2 meetings, this is just another way to look at it. This is deferring those same 2 meetings that Councilman Rosenberg had hoped. And I would think that if we keep it on second, then that would facilitate a more constructive conversation in the community about a piece of land that has really significant environmental implications. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So I've got 2 more people in the queue, Councilmember Hurt and Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Evans has not spoken on the deferral motion, so she goes first, and then I'll come back to you. Oh, there you are. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd just like to call a question.
All right. So Councilmember Evans has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Opposed, no. Our previous question prevails. So we are voting on the deferral motion. It's a deferral motion for 2 meetings. Just to make sure everybody's clear, Councilmember Rosenberg had moved to pass the bill on second reading and then to defer to the first meeting in December. What Councilmember Hurt's deferral motion is to not pass on second. It just defers the bill 2 meetings without passing on second. All right, we'll try this by voice vote first. We're on the deferral motion for 2 meetings. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. I think we're on the machine. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if you would. Members of the public, my job is to try to figure it out. It's fairly close, so we're just going to vote. So, Madam Clerk, it's a deferral motion for 2 meetings. It's Councilmember Hurt's deferral motion for 2 meetings. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, open up the machines. You're voting on the deferral motion. If you want to defer it 2 meetings, vote aye. If you don't want to defer it 2 meetings, vote no.
Would technology please consult with Councilmember Porterfield?
She's not Councilmember Porterfield's not at her desk.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then Councilmember Sledge.
He's not there either.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll vote Sipping cast Vice Mayor.
All right, so Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. So why has that motion failed?
It appears 18 to 18.
Okay. So I break the tie. So so here's the deal. So apparently I get to break the tie. So I appreciate what Councilmember Henderson said. I think it's more efficient to actually have the discussion. So I would vote for the deferral motion. So the vote would pass, the deferral motion passes 19 to 18. So it's a 2-meeting deferral. Okay? All right. All right, so we move on to BL 2020-491 by Councilmember Gamble. It's an ordinance extending the boundaries of the Urban Services District within the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to include certain properties located in Council District 3 and approving the plan of services as more particularly described in herein. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized. Here you go.
I move to defer one meeting to allow more time for planning review.
All right. First meeting in December. So Councilmember Gamble, it has to be to the first meeting in December?
That's fine.
All right. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in December. Okay. First meeting in December. It's okay. Properly seconded. We've got it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. That takes us to resolutions on the consent resolutions and resolutions. All right, so we move to resolutions on the consent agenda. I'm going to go through the list of items that are on the consent agenda. Actually, I probably should go through the ones that aren't on the consent agenda, but I'll go through the ones that are. There's 3 that are not. Stay with me and then tell me whether anything needs to be bumped off. Item number 27, RS 2020-609, is on the consent calendar. 611, item 29, is on the consent calendar. 614, item number 32 is on the consent calendar. 615 is on the consent calendar. 616, 617, 618, 619, 620, 621, 622, 623, 624, 625, 626, 627, and 628 are on the consent agenda. Anything that needs to be bumped off? Councilmember Sledge? Hold on. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 611, please.
Okay. Okay, so everything else stays on the consent agenda. 611 comes off. Anything else? All right, so I'm going to go through the items on the consent agenda. RS 2020-609 by Councilmember Toombs, a resolution accepting a grant for the state of Tennessee mental health and substance abuse services to Metropolitan Government to provide Tennessee Highway Safety Office recovery court enhancements to existing recovery court programs and services to improve alcohol countermeasures. The next item is item number 32, RS 2020-614 by Councilmember Van Reese. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 600 Creative Way, known as the Briarville. Item number 33, RS 2020-615 by Councilmember Gamble. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County Electric Power Board and the United States Department of Justice Division of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for the interoperability of the digital analog 800 MHz radio communication system. RS 2020-616 by Council Members Toombs and Gamble, a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the Emergency Communications District for Nashville and Davidson County and the Metropolitan Government for partial funding of replacement 800 MHZs radio equipment in use by public safety agencies. RS 2020-617, item number 35 by Toombs, Gamble, and Stiles, a resolution accepting a donation of 3,001 gallon soft foam hand sanitizers from Steel Gorillas to the Metropolitan Government by and through the Office of Emergency Management for the use and benefit of the Metropolitan Government Departments. Item 36, RS 2020-618, Syracuse, Toombs, and Van Reese, a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Friends of Two Rivers Mansion to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Parks and Recreation Department to provide signage for Two Rivers Mansion and its 1802 house. Item 37, RS 2020-619 by Henderson, Toombs, and Van Reese, a resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Warner Park to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation to partially fund the repair of the Warner Parks Nature Center roof and chimney. Item 38, RS 2020-620, Toombs, Van Reese, Welsh, and others, a resolution approving an application for a child and adult care food program grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Department to provide nutritious meals and snacks for children attending after-school programs in 6 park locations. Excuse me. Item 39, RS 2020-621 by Councilmember Toombs, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Sarita Applewhite against Metro Government in the amount of $16,500. Item 40, RS 2020-622 by Councilmember Johnston, resolution approving the election of certain notary publics for Davidson County. RS 2020-623 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash, resolution authorizing Black Rabbit LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 218 3rd Avenue North. RS 2020-624 by Toombs, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of the Sherwood Green Homeowners Association against Metro Government in the amount of $20,283.46. Item number 43, RS 2020-625 by Toombs and Nash, resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Southern Sales Company, a division of Tencarva Machinery, to provide various parts and equipment for specific brands of water products. Item number 44, RS 2020-626 by Toombs and Nash, resolution approving Amendment 1 to an agreement between the United States Department of Army and the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewer Services for the 7 Mile Creek Flood Risk Management Project in Davidson County, Tennessee. RS 2020-627 by Council Members Druffel, Evans, Syracuse, and others, a resolution recognizing Sister Sandra Smithson for her contributions to Nashville and the state of Tennessee. And item number 46, RS 2020-628 by Murphy, Roberts, and Johnston, resolution recognizing Christy Wilson, the Wilson Group Real Estate Services. I believe that's it. Anything needs to be bumped off besides that? Okay, I'm going to go to committee reports. Let's see, Councilmember Suara, affordable housing. You've got 2020-614.
614, all right. Affordable housing recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on budget and finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval for Resolution 2020-609, 617, 618, 619, 620, 621, and 626, 12-4, 0 against. Resolution 2020-614 and 624, 7-4, 0 against. And Resolution 2020-616 and 625, 9-4, 0 against.
Okay. Make sure you got them all. You did. Thank you. Councilmember Van Reese, where are you? There you are. Parks and Library. Okay.
Parks, Library, and Arts voted 6 in favor, 0 against on 618, 19, and 20.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning, you're back at podium 9. Hold on just a second. Got it. Okay.
RS 2020-623, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Very
and
good.
I believe that is all of ours.
That is it. Thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized on Public Safety.
Thank you. RS RS 2020-612, voted in favor, 6-4, 0 against. 615, voted in favor, 6-4, 0 against. 616, 6 in favor, 0 against. And 617, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. I've got Councilmember Nash, Public Works. You're recognized.
Public Works took up RS 2020-623, 10-4, 0 against. RS 2020-625, approved 10-4, 0 against. RS 2020-626, approved 10-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nash. Last but not least, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered 2020, 622, 627, and 628. We voted in favor for all three, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and can I have a motion?
Yes, with that, I would move approval for the consent agenda.
All right, so I got a motion to approve items on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, so let's go back and pick up any items that are on the consent agenda that were not on the consent agenda. I've got item number 28, RS 2020-610, resolution appropriating a total of $200,000 from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund, number 30,099, to various nonprofit organizations selected to receive Community Partnership Fund grants. This is Councilmember Toombs, Welsh, and Stiles. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized at podium number 1. And you've got a Budget and Finance Committee report.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9-4, 2 abstaining.
Okay? And you're recognized on the resolution.
Okay. Move for approval.
She's got a motion to approve the resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor, we're on RS 2020-610. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, resolution passes. All right, we're also now on item number 29, RS 2020-611 by Councilmembers Toombs, Evans, Johnston, and others. A resolution accepting recommendations of the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee to amend RS 2020-394 to permit Metro and Nashville Public Schools to use CARES Act funds for student and teacher laptop computers, hotspots, and pre-K through grade 12 virtual curriculum for students and school supplies for remote learning. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Okay. Committee report, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 10-4, 0 against.
Okay. You're recognized on your resolution.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Discussion on the bill? Councilmember Johnston? Okay. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I just wanted to explain what happened here. There was an original $24 million that was allocated to MNPS for laptops and hotspots for the virtual learning that was necessary because of COVID-19. That allocation was made before our committee, the Financial Oversight Committee, was actually formed and could not have met, obviously. Since that happened, there was, I can't remember exactly where the funding came from. Mary Jo could help me there, but they received $10 million for the same items, basically. And so at that point, they had $10 million extra dollars, and so this is sort of redefining where money is going to be spent, how it's going to be spent in light of those extra funds. I did want to say that I had some reservations about this. I take our responsibility in that committee very, very seriously as the fiduciary responsibility that I have for those funds that we have, for those funds to be spent in an appropriate, responsible, and prudent way, because they are coveted funds that don't come near being able to address all of the need that the county has. When this $10 million extra that came in from a different source, I think it was a state source, it seemed to me that $10 million should have come back to the committee to be allocated in whatever way. There were additional expenditures. There were teacher laptops that were added, additional hotspots, curriculum for students, and school supplies for remote learning. And I'm not saying that those needs are not there. What I'm saying is that that original allocation was for two things, and those two things were supplemented by an additional $10 million. We've been very, very specific about how we have allocated dollars, the way that we have allocated them, how we've allocated them to whom, and their reporting structure. And to me, the more prudent and financially responsible way to have handled this is to say the $10 million comes back to the committee and additional need could have been applied for to the committee to be able to address. I made that observation very clear. We went ahead and moved this forward, but I would be remiss to not articulate my reservation with how this played out.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I also want to thank the work of the committee that's been doing a lot of the work. And I want to kind of expand upon the comments that Councilmember Johnston made. In Budget Committee, we heard from MMPS that this additional funding, well, it's not really additional, this funding that'll be reallocated thanks to additional funding they received from the state, it sounded like, was going to go toward primarily teacher technology, which begged the question, when did they know that there was an issue with teacher technology? And the response we received was August. In other words, when school started. So on top of the fact, I don't know what's happening in all your districts, but I have teachers who've been tweeting out in the last couple of weeks that their students were just receiving their laptops. The laptops that we were told were so urgently needed to be funded that we passed a resolution for $24 million, as Councilmember Johnston noted, before we formed the committee to oversee these funds. And now, what we're told is, well, actually, even though the school system received an extra $10 million, the real need was $34 million because technology for teachers wasn't adequate. Information we just received in a committee setting on Monday. So when I ask what happens when the teacher's technology doesn't work, doesn't that mean that no learning happens regardless if every student's sitting there at home with a shiny new laptop? And I can tell you, I have had teachers in the district I represent tell me that they started the school year not with a laptop, but with an iPad. And we heard in committee that teachers were starting the school year with inadequate technology. So it is confounding to me that the need seems only to have been expressed when the funds were magically made available. And that is the frustration I have as a council member, that as noted, these funds are limited. These funds will not cover the entire need, and we all know that. And yet we're about to make another decision to do something that has not been, in my opinion, properly vetted. And I will add to that, during our discussion Monday, we were told that the laptops for the teachers, the technology, has already been purchased, so that this act by this body would not be so much as an allocation, but a reimbursement. Then I received a text this morning from Metro that said, maybe that wasn't quite true. So as of right now standing here, I can't tell you if the system, if MMPS has the laptops for teachers in their facilities or if they rest in Dell's facilities, because the information that we've received has changed, and it has changed multiple times, and it continues to change. And folks, we have 3 meetings left after this to allocate this federal money, or it returns, or it's gone. We have to make every decision with the right information, as much information as possible. And I got to tell you, this one in particular, I share Councilmember Johnston's concerns that this has not been properly vetted. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Got people in the queue. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to address some of the comments regarding the students actually receiving their laptops. And while it's true that we did allocate the money this summer, and it's true that the school district did order laptops for every student, it is also true that this pandemic did not just happen to Nashville or to Tennessee or to the United States. It is a worldwide pandemic. Dell was selling these Chromebooks worldwide, and they ran out. It's really cool that we got 40,000 of them right away. And it's really cool that Dell was able to get us the other 40,000 by the beginning of October. And then the school had to prepare all these laptops and get them ready for the students and issue them out to the students grade-wise. And they started at the upper grades and went down this fall. Students that had technology, like my son, that he could use at home, but then he was issued a Metro Nashville Public Schools laptop so that he can have the exact specs set and have a very great virtual learning experience when he needs it. And now he's using that both at school and at home. I also know that the schools are trying to be very judicious with their funds. They don't have excess funding, as we well know, and they thought they could make it with the technology they had. Yet this is the first time they've used an online curriculum. This is the first time they're all using Microsoft Teams to teach and using this online Schoology account. So it makes sense that at the beginning of the school year that they started with this new technology and found that some of the teachers' iPads, some of the teachers' laptops, and some of the teachers' desktops didn't work with this new technology. So I would not blame MMPS, and I would not chastise them for not having all of the information ASAP. I think that or for not having all of the information in the beginning. I think they're delivering the information as soon as they possibly can. And I think we're here to help enable them to serve the needs of these students during this trying pandemic time, which these funds are able to be allocated for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yeah, you know, I think it would be sinful of me to not remind this body as well as the taxpayers of this county, while we're talking about the laptops for our students and teachers and the time it's taking, that our good friend Dell, as we were told back during the budget hearings by a member of the finance department, also received hundreds of thousands of dollars of corporate welfare from us. So like I said, that should not be lost upon us when we bring up the laptops. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Sepulveda? There you are. There you go.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to move to defer for one meeting with the brief explanation.
Okay, hold on just a second. So I motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you. I think there were some real concerns that deserve to be looked at further, and so I think it would be prudent to bring MMPS back in front of the financial COVID-19 committee, and so I would encourage you all to support that motion.
All right, so we're on a motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. We're on RS 2020-611. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Does deferral negatively impact MMPS in any way as far as financially being able to pay for technology?
I think we're looking at the administration. Hold on just a second. Let me find your microphone. There you go. Okay, you're recognized. You want to try the other one? Let's see. Was there another microphone over there? No, I guess not. Try it again. Okay. No, I still can't hear you. Yeah, you can go up there. Ms. Wiggins, you're recognized at podium number 1.
Thank you. So I can't speak to exactly what they have spent, but as indicated, they have already purchased and ordered the laptops and the hotspots for the teachers and for the students, and they have ordered the curriculum, the digital curriculum. So it is a reimbursement. They have presented a plan that is much greater in expense than what we are providing and what the state is providing. So it does impact them if they don't receive the funds, but as far as a deferral for these particular items, they've been purchased. So it won't slow down any delivery of the items. Does that answer? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Toombs?
I don't have anything else.
Okay, so we are on a motion to defer one meeting. Any other discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're on the deferral motion. All in favor of the deferral motion for one meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is deferred. Motion passes to defer one meeting. Okay. All right, we are now ready for item number 30. This is RS 2020-612 by Councilmember Toombs, Gamble, Welsh, and Stiles. Resolution appropriating a total of $200,000 from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to various nonprofit organizations selected to receive community partnership fund grants. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 8-4, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Public Safety recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Sepulveda, you're still lit up over here. I assume that was from the last one. Okay, hold on. There you go. Got it. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item 31, RS 2020-613 by Councilmember Hall. Resolution appropriating $5 million from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund and $1.5 million from the General Fund Reserve, the 4% fund, for the continued operation and repairs and equipment for the Bordeaux Long-Term Care Facility. Requesting Metropolitan Purchasing Agent to negotiate an emergency contract for the operation of the facility from and after January 1st, 2021. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized at podium 1.
Committee report, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Resolution 2020-613 was deferred by rule.
Okay, thank you. And let me get Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Health and Hospitals, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember Hall, this one is deferred automatically by rule. All right, thank you. All right. I believe that's it on the resolutions. We're now on late filed resolutions. So let's go. It's H1. We're on page 22. This is D20-09660, H1 of your late filed resolution. It's a resolution accepting the recommendations of the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee to distribute $2 million in CARES Act funding from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to provide grants to nonprofit arts organizations. Councilmember Gamble and Van Rees are the sponsors. Councilmember Gamble, you want to handle this one?
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
All right, so I got Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs.
This is, sorry, someone was talking to me. Which one are we on?
We're on late file resolutions. It's D20-9660. It's the arts one, CARES Act funds for the arts. Be the first one on late file resolutions.
Okay. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 5-4, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Van Rees, you got Parks and Library.
Parks, Libraries, and Arts Committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against.
Trying to save time. Thank
Yeah,
you, Councilmember Van Rees.
Particularly on this one.
Rules Committee, Councilmember Johnston, you're at podium 3.
We had no objection to suspension of the rules.
Oh, okay. Did you also have it? Oh, okay. Is that why it's sitting as? Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
my apologies. For Budget and Finance, it was actually 6-4 and 1 abstention on this resolution.
All right. Okay, so those are the committee reports. I'm sorry, we have to have suspension on rules on all these, correct? Yes. Okay, sorry, my fault. So I got committee reports. So Councilmember Gamble, I'm going to need you to move to suspend the rules to get this in front of us, actually. Okay, hold on. Okay, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
I would like to move to suspend the rules.
All right, so the Councilmember Johnston has given a report. You had no objection to suspension of the rules. All right, Councilmember Gamble has moved to suspend the rules to get this before us. Any objection to suspension of the rules? So I've got Councilmember Mendez, suspension. You have okay. Councilmember Mendez and Councilmember Sledge. Are you objecting to the suspension? Oh, you just want to be heard on the bill. Okay, Councilmember Slab, any objection to suspension of the rules? All right, okay. So the rules are suspended. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, so resolution. Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval of the resolution. It's the first one on your late file resolution. Properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you. I just need to be marked as abstaining on this one, please.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So on this one, I read through it, and we had a discussion in rules on a bill that's upcoming that I think on administration of these sorts of things. My main question is, many of the organizations or the types of organizations that are in this bill are also organizations that had their funding or a certain type of funding suspended as we sort of waited for the judge's ruling this week regarding the referendum. So I guess my question is for the administration as to whether that freeze or suspension of those funds had been lifted since that ruling.
Mr. Jameson, let me find you over there. You're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The Finance Department met yesterday to consider what actions could be taken in light of the judicial ruling, and because of the pending possibility of appeal, they haven't made a determination yet. They anticipate doing so shortly, but as of now have not yet determined.
Councilmember Sledge?
Thanks. I guess a follow-up then, I'm going to sort of wrap that into what the Treasury rules are for CARES Act funding for such organizations. Do we run the risk of organizations potentially applying for funds that they believe they may not be receiving for some time because they have been suspended under this consideration, and then they essentially get those funds back at some point and then all of a sudden they have ended up with 2 grants for much the same thing?
Mr. Jameson? Ms. Wiggins?
Yes, Councilmember Sledge. The direct appropriation contracts were not CARES Act funded. So the contracts that were suspended are not federal funds. These would be. And so there would not be a duplication. If they were both federal funds, we would just have to ensure that they were not reimbursed the same expense twice. So they can't allow a double dip. As long as the total between a direct appropriation contract and the federal funds didn't exceed their total expenditures, it wouldn't be a problem. But in this case, the direct appropriations were not federal funds.
Got it. And if you could help me, when it comes to organizations like this, what are the Treasury guidelines for what they can apply for that would be eligible?
So they are applying for expenditures that they incurred because of COVID related or for impact of the COVID shutdowns.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Members, it's not that I'm against this. I just want to reiterate. We get 3 meetings after this, and we're helping organizations in a certain sector, which I very much support, but we're about to put $2 million in. That's $2 million less. That's going to go somewhere else. So we have to be very judicious with these conversations, and I will say it's very tough, I know, with the timing of the committee meeting, and then we come and a lot of these end up being late filed, but we're being asked to pick and choose, and that's okay. That's our job. We should be doing that with the guidance of the committee, but we're picking and choosing here. So I just want to make sure that we feel comfortable with that. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Let's see. Councilmember Van Rees, you want to be recognized? Okay, hold on. You're recognized.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate that these funds are for COVID-related situations for this year. Grant funding that we do every year on behalf of the Metro Nashville arts organizations is general operating fund grants that they need to survive for the rest of the year. So this is a very clear line between the two, and it's a matter of these funds will help them survive so that they can then use the grant money to do the work that we've asked them to do. So that's how they're different. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Gamble?
Thank you, and I just wanted to reiterate that, again, these funds will support arts organizations that have been shut down and significantly impacted by the pandemic since the start of the pandemic, and over 50 organizations will be able to be benefited by this allocation. And what the committee's goal was to make sure that we supported the arts community, the arts organizations, nonprofit arts organizations, so that they would still be here after the pandemic ends. So I ask for your support of this relief for the arts community.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. So nobody else is in the queue. This is a motion to approve the resolution. It's been properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, we're on, it's H2. It's the second late file resolution. This is by Sepulveda, Johnston, and Gamble. Resolution accepting recommendations of the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee to distribute $500,000 in CARES Act funds from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to Pathway Lending to provide rent relief to vendors at the Nashville Farmers Market. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized. There you are. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for a one meeting deferral with a brief comment.
All right, so this one, suspension of the rules. Can't you just go ahead and defer it by one meeting? Do we need to suspend the rules to get us in front of it?
Just not offer it. It'll automatically come back at the next
Okay,
meeting.
so what we're talking about is because you would have to suspend the rules, so just don't do anything and it'll just automatically defer over to one meeting, correct? Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this resolution will be deferred one meeting. All right. Well, so that's what we're trying to figure out. Mr. Cooper, hold on. Got it.
It'll go back to committee again if it's not offered. So it would just appear on the regular agenda next time.
Yeah, it's a little strange because in order to get in front of us, you have to suspend the rules. So if you don't suspend the rules, it's really not in front of us. So it'll go through the regular cycle next time. All right. The last one on late file resolutions is D20-09664 by it's H3. It's Council Members Johnston, Gamble, and Sepulveda. Resolution amending RS 2020-515 and 516 to increase the individual grant amounts for eligible live music venues that receives federal CARES funds and to transfer $1 million in CARES funds designated for live music venues to CARES funds designated for small businesses. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
All right, let's get, I guess we need to get it, to suspend the rules to get it in front of us properly. All right, so Councilmember Johnston, it went through the Rules Committee.
Yes.
Okay, and what did the Rules Committee say?
We did have one objection to the suspension of the rules.
Okay, all right, so the rest of them voted to go ahead and allow it to be suspended.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you would move to suspend the rules to get it before us tonight?
Yes, I would.
All right, so Councilmember Johnston has moved to suspend the rules to get this matter before us tonight. Is there objection on the floor? I see no objection. Councilmember Johnston, you're on your bill, on your resolution.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. So back
And
a few.
We need a committee report.
Oh, I'm
now.
sorry. Yes, now a committee report.
Now we need a committee report. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized. Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 5 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Johnston, now you're on your resolution.
Thank you. Okay, so several meetings ago, we allocated $2 million to to independent live music venues here in Davidson County. And the reason that we did that was because they are what we consider phase 4 businesses, that their revenue went to zero. They have no way of pivoting. They are an integral part of what Music City is. And it was very important to us to support them to keep their doors open so that the musicians, the gig workers, when we come out on the other side of this, have a place to work. We also, in that resolution, it was like an emergency need because we were anticipating that the state was going to come in with some support. And so at Representative Love's suggestion, we allocated for 2 months of rent, mortgage, utility, and I think insurance payments for them to get them through to when the state would come in and sort of pick up the slack through the end of the year. That did not happen. We also required biweekly reporting of how much of those funds had been depleted. And that biweekly report came in for not only this allocation, but for the small and micro business allocation. And what we learned from that reporting was that we over-allocated to the live music venues and we under-allocated to the small and micro businesses. So the live music, all of the venues that are eligible for that relief in this particular allocation had applied, and they had been approved. Their grant had been approved. That did not total $500,000. So what we decided to do, since the state didn't come in like we had anticipated, we said, let's move from 2 months of relief, which would have been September, October, to 4 months, which would get them through November and December. So all the funds would be expended by the end of the year, which is mandated by the federal law. And even when you double that amount that had already been granted, you still wouldn't get to the $1 million. We allocated $2 million. So if we leave that in that particular fund, that $1 million is going to sit there unutilized until December 30th, when those funds would have to come back to Metro. So instead of doing that, what we decided to do, the prudent thing to do, instead of allocating unallocated dollars out of what we have left, which is $24.5 million, instead of allocating additional dollars out of that, it was more fiscally responsible to move the excess $1 million from the live music venues to the needed small and micro business allocation, because we had at least 200 applications that were unable to be processed because we had already depleted that fund. So this is literally just moving something that's unnecessary to necessary without a net difference in unallocated funds.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. All right. So what we have is a motion to approve this resolution, and properly second. So I've got Councilmember Sledge. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So when we had this discussion in budget, one of the questions I'd asked is, right now we are moving this resolution, just as Councilmember Johnston articulated, would move funds from one allocated fund to a separate allocated fund, and a total agreement in how she's described it. $24.5 million unallocated. That's a discussion that we had in budget on Monday, and discussion we had centered around the fact, my question was, why would we take from one allocated fund and give to another allocated fund when we have so many funds that are unallocated? And again, we have 3 meetings left after this one, $24.5 million. And the response, and I will turn to finance, I don't want to misrepresent anything that was said, the conversation we had was, we have eligible expenditures by Metro that could qualify well beyond that $24.5 million. And I want to turn to finance to make sure that that's accurate.
So I'm looking at finance.
Yes, this is Mary Jo Wiggins. That is correct. One of the eligible expenditures under the Coronavirus Relief Fund has been extended to regular pay for public health and safety salaries. That originally, the guidance was nothing could be already included in your budget. Throughout the course of the pandemic, the U.S. Treasury has updated the guidelines, and it does include regular pay for eligible public health and safety salaries. Eligible meaning they are directly related to the prevention response of the pandemic. So what the committee will be working on is a recommendation to bring to you all that rather than that we could use the CRF, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, to pay those salaries and provide relief in our regular operating budget, and then take those funds that are saved and create a new pandemic fund that no longer has the restrictions from the federal government. It allows us to then have funds that are eligible to be used after December 30th. We will still have testing centers. We will have the homeless shelters. We will have contact tracing. There will be expenditures that Metro will incur after December 30th that are not provided in our budget. So if we don't find a way to fund those expenses after December 30th, because it does not appear to be likely to hear from the federal government that we're getting more funds or an extension of the date, we would have created that safety net for ourselves. So there is zero chance that a penny will go unspent and return to the federal government. We have already incurred more than $121 million in public health and safety salaries that would be eligible. So at the 11th hour, we can take all the pluses and minuses of all of our estimates. We can take all the pluses and minuses of the funds that we have allocated to nonprofits. And anything that is left over, we will apply, again, with your approval. The recommendation will be to apply them against health and safety salaries and then use those saved funds to create a new fund that doesn't have the federal restrictions and gives us an opportunity to pay for the additional expenses related to this pandemic, whether they are internal expenses of Metro, or if they are additional small business needs, or they are additional needs of our nonprofits to serve families and children and individuals impacted by the pandemic. But there are several ways that those funds will be needed after December 30th.
Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. And to clarify, I just want to make sure for my edification, and I think for the body, as has been noted before, we do have to spend these funds that were provided under the CARES Act by the end of this calendar year. I want to make sure that I'm understanding. Essentially, we would be taking the rest of those funds that are already allocated for those salaries that you mentioned in our general fund, in our current fiscal year budget, and instead would be using our coronavirus relief fund for that. So in other words, the relief fund that you talk about is $20x million of general fund money we have already allocated. Is that accurate? We already have in our budget, not allocated, already have in our budget.
Correct.
Okay. Then my question comes to legal. If we all of a sudden then have $20+ million that does not have a expenditure, who sets the parameters for what that can be expended upon?
You mean after January 1st?
Correct.
It would be the council.
So we would set the rules for that.
Correct. The council would have to appropriate those funds, because theoretically the money would just be in fund balance. And so
Right.
the council would have to appropriate the money for those specific purposes.
Okay, thank you. That's my point, Vice Mayor. Thank you, and I'll close here. We will be asked to consider, if we do not provide specified funding from this CARES Act money, from the 24.5 that's remaining, in our next 3 meetings, if we don't bring out of that, it becomes general fund allocated, in other words, budgeted for, but not assigned money. And while we can say that that funding will go toward additional coronavirus expenditures or COVID-related expenditures, the reality is we can budget it any way we want. So then, in my terminology, the battlefield opens and the interests become much wider than COVID-related relief. And we just had the Senate Majority Leader say today that they want to have an additional relief bill that has additional relief to local and state governments by the end of the calendar year. Will it happen? Who the heck knows? I think it's very prudent for the finance department to be skeptical of that. But just know that if we put forth that money toward those salaries by the end of the year, come January 1, we'll have a decision to make as to whether we fund COVID-related expenses or whether all of us decide that we want to do something different with it. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think Councilmember Sledge said a lot. But what I wanted to put up is this, and I do agree with his first question about why are we reallocating money to something else if we still have this excess still available? And I think that if we move that money away from where it's originally allocated, it might create the impression that there's no money available to people that wants to apply under that. So I think that since we have till December 30th to spend the money, we can always make the reimbursement to Metro on December 29th, because those costs have already been expended. They're COVID-related. We want to reimburse ourselves for what is left over, right? And so it does not have to be the $24 million. So I think what we want to do is make sure that we expand or allocate those now and spend it as much as possible. And then by the 30th or 29th, then we come back and look at all the organizations that we gave money to, see where everybody is. If people did not apply, we did not spend it, then we can use that balance to reimburse ourselves for things that we paid out of general operations. And that would make sense at that point. But if we're doing that now, it's too early. And people may not know there's still money left to use. So I think we need to focus on that first. The things in general operations is already covered. It's okay to reimburse ourselves. I mean, grants and contracts, I know what that is, right? But allocating now and not allowing people to be able to apply for it or get it or give the impression that we don't have it. So I think that the committee has work to do to make sure that all those money get spent or get allocated, and we have work to do to make sure we try to do that. And then on the 29th, if that did not happen, people are not applying, we do not have enough use, then the administration can then do its analysis and then use difference to reimburse for what is already spent. That would be my recommendation, but let's not start talking about that now because there's still a lot of need in the community. A lot of people are impacted by COVID, the business sector, the small businesses, individuals. People are not paying their rent. People are still suffering. So talking about reimbursement, I think it's too early. So let's leave that as a last resort because we don't want to send money to the federal government and something that we do on the 29th. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Suarez. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to comment on Councilmember Sledge's and Councilwoman Sarora's points. The committee has really discussed what you all have brought up. We absolutely understand and agree that there are still needs in the community that need to be met, that we will be looking at. We had a meeting today, as a matter of fact, and looked at proposals that we are considering. In addition, we are discussing a resolution that we'll be bringing to you, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, that will speak directly to Councilman Sledge's point that if we're going to have a reserve that we'll use for public and health and public safety and public health COVID expenses that we'll put towards that before the end of the calendar year. When we look at the funds that will alleviate in the budget, we will designate those funds to specific COVID relief or to specific things so that we can't come after January 1 and have all of these ideas and suggestions of how the money should be spent. It will already be predetermined in the resolution that we bring to you. So we totally agree with you and understand. We are considering as a committee these issues and be looking for a resolution to address all of that coming forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Back to you, Councilmember Johnston.
I do want to reiterate that we're talking about $24 million unallocated and reserves and all that, and that is not what this resolution has anything to do with. This resolution is moving $1 million that will not be utilized by live music venues to the small business and micro business relief fund that will get utilized, that there is significant need there. We're going to take up the $24.5 million at a later date. We moved to not rush that because I think that it does need to be handled thoughtfully, but this particular resolution is just being more thoughtful and prudent with previously allocated dollars so that they are utilized in the best way. That's all this resolution is.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. There is, Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to ask the members of the COVID Oversight Committee, if this resolution did not pass, would the existing funds for, say, live music venues be usable in the months of November and December, or does this resolution need to pass for that to be the case?
Councilmember Johnston.
So this resolution actually extends, with the original intent of the live music allocation was for 2 months. This resolution extends it to 4 months. So the original was September, October, theoretically, from when that allocation happened to now September, October, November, December. So it will pay rent, mortgage, utilities through the end of the year as stipulated by the federal regulations. So yeah, to your point, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Nobody else is in the queue. We have a motion before us to approve this late file resolution. Ready to vote? Properly seconded. All in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. So we are now on bills on introduction and first reading. Any bills needed to be considered separately tonight? I'm looking, I see none, so we can take them all together. If there's no objection, we'll consider all the ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Is there a motion to adopt? Got a motion to adopt, properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion to approve all bills on first reading tonight, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so we're now on bills on second reading. If you're following on the calendar, you have to go all the way back to page 36. Item number 77, we're on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell. This is an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertising and occupancy of a short-term rental property, owner-occupied. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Okay, committee reports. I've got codes. Councilmember Cash. Hold on. There you go.
Yep, we recommended approval of the proposed substitute, 8 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. And then Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. The substitute was 13 in favor, 0 against, and then as substituted, 12 in favor and 1 abstention.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay. And so Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute. It is in your package, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was actually drafted by planning as a response to the original bill, which was looking at a way to kind of encourage owner-occupied to actually mean that the owner be present, and they came up with I think a much more refined approach here that considers the whole home and a reduction using the whole home for rental. So it still tries to coerce the intent of this being an owner-occupied presence, but limits the impact to neighborhoods, I think, still grappling with either people gaming the system that don't actually reside there much, if ever, but also people who are traveling on weekends, renting to party scenarios that take up all the bedrooms and there is no one there. So not only is it sort of unchaperoned activity, but it is also taking the entire house and filling it with guests that are definitely not residents of the residential areas that these so often are present in. So I think this is a good compromise from planning. I encourage colleagues to support it.
All right, so the motion is to approve the substitute, properly second. Discussion on the substitute. Seeing no discussion on the substitute, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, the general premise of this bill is to try to restore as much as is reasonably possible given the both regulatory and enforcement environment, the idea that that this is home sharing, right? That this is an accessory use, not a whole home use, not a sort of conversion, whether year-round or temporary, to the structure of a home being substituted as a hotel. And while this doesn't resolve all problems, it does still allow, let's say musicians, some of whom I heard from, to be on the road and still supplement their income. It generally preserves the idea of an owner-occupied short-term rental permit, and it mitigates somewhat the impact of people being able to list all the bedrooms in a home as possible destinations for guests. So this should be a pro-neighborhood bill that sort of gently coerces us back to the idea of home sharing without limiting some of the flexibility for usage of the home that people have found. So I encourage colleagues to support and welcome your votes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Johnston?
I need to be marked as abstaining, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Johnston is going to be marked as abstaining. Anybody else in the queue? Anybody else have questions? Seeing none, we are on Councilmember O'Connell's bill, BL 2019-79 as substituted. Seeing nobody else. Councilmember Roberts? Okay, so Councilmember Roberts also needs to be marked as abstaining. So we've got Councilmember Johnston and Roberts as abstaining. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill 2019-79 as substituted is adopted on second reading. We're on item number 78, Bill 2020-17 by Councilmember Vercher. Ordinance declaring a 120-day moratorium upon the issuance of a building grading permits for multifamily developments on property within portions of the Antioch area of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Vercher, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Murphy, you are at number 9. There you go.
Thank you. On the 20th, at the request of the sponsor, we deferred this for 2 meetings. So that would have been deferred this meeting and 1 more meeting.
Okay. Wait a minute. You checking that? So, Councilmember Murphy, repeat that. So on the, not at this meeting, but at the last meeting.
Correct. At the previous committee meeting, we voted on it. It did appear on our agenda yesterday, but having not rescinded our previous actions, what had been voted was to defer 2 meetings at the request of the sponsor, meaning a deferral this meeting and a deferral to the next meeting.
All right. So what it was supposed to be deferred to the next meeting, that's what the motion was.
It was a 2-meeting deferral request on the 20th.
All right. All right. So, Councilmember Vercher, I'm going to come back to you. So basically, what Councilmember Murphy is saying is that it should have been on the next calendar. But I'll come to you. What do you want to do with your bill?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. That's just the committee report. We discussed in committee yesterday. I want to defer it to the second. Is it the second meeting in February? First meeting in February? The first meeting in February, Vice Mayor.
So, Councilmember Vercher is moving to the first meeting in February. That's a proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the deferral motion to the first meeting in February? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 79, BL 2020-300. This is by Councilmember Benedict, Bradford, Henderson, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict construction noise between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
We voted 9-0 to defer to the first meeting in December.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to defer the bill to the first meeting in December with some brief comments, please.
Okay. So Councilmember Benedict has moved to defer this bill to the first meeting in December, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Proper second. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think it's important when we look at this bill, it had been deferred from before, and I want to defer it again. Councilwoman Lee brought a substitute to the packet today for today's meeting, and it's got some good things in there that I want to make sure that we include. However, this does still need to be tweaked. It clearly is something that residents want when they see construction equipment and contractors arrive in their neighborhoods at 5:30 and 6 in the morning. So we definitely want to get this addressed, whether that's morning or evening. So I just would welcome my colleagues to share any information with me that they'd like or that they hear from their community, and know that I am looking at other cities and peer cities to be sure that we bring a better bill, or rather take this bill and amend it and make it better so we can improve the lives of Nashvillians.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. We're on a deferral motion. Councilmember Hauser.
I have a question. I noticed that this says construction, and there are issues of noise that are not necessarily related to construction, but businesses that operate with equipment that makes a lot of noise and banging right next to neighborhoods. And this is a legal question. Can we change the wording to include something other than construction, or would that need to be a totally different bill?
That would need to be a different bill. This bill just amends the construction noise section of the code.
Okay.
So that would need to amend a different section.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're on a motion to defer to the first meeting in December. Properly seconded. No other discussion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. To adopt. All right, so the bill is deferred to the first meeting in December. We're on item number 80, Bill 2024-54 by Van Reese, Bradford, Withers, and others. An ordinance amending Title II of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit bullying in all metropolitan government services, activities, programs, and facilities. Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized.
Excuse me, committee reports?
Personnel, where are you? Councilmember Rutherford, you're back on number 3.
Recommended approval, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Van Reese, you're recognized on your bill.
Yes, I move approval, please.
Councilmember Van Reese has moved approval on second reading of 2024-54, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 81, BL 2024-56 by Councilmember Allen, Toombs, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 11.22 of the Metropolitan Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to termination of tenancy and non-renewal of a lease. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Affordable housing, Councilmember Sawara. You can go to number 5. You can go to number 8. There you go.
Affordable Housing voted 9 in favor, 0 against amendment number 3. We did not take up amendment 1 and 2. And we voted 9 for, 0 against the, one meeting deferral of the bill as amended.
All right. Thank you. All right, back to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move Amendment 3, please.
Amendment 3? Okay. So Councilmember Allen has moved amendment number 3. It's in your packet. Properly second. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Brief explanation. This amendment simply changes the date of the length of notification from 90 days to 60 days. That was a compromise that still provides the protection. This bill is about renter notification of the termination of a lease. It's part of a renter protection that the Affordable Housing Committee has been working on, and this amendment would still provide 60 days of notification if a landlord intends to terminate a lease in a legal fashion, simply so that tenants have the proper time needed to prepare for a move. So this amendment just simply moves that time from 90 to 60, but still provides what I believe is important protection.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So Councilmember Allen has moved amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're all, if you're in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment passes. Amendment number 3, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move for a one-meeting deferral on the bill as amended.
Okay. So Councilmember Allen has now moved Bill 2020-456 as amended, defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're on the motion to defer one meeting, 2020-456 as amended. All in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is deferred one meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We're on number 82, BL 2020-463, by Councilmembers Parker, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. Ordinance to amend the geographic information system street and alley centerline layer by renaming a portion of Sharp Avenue between McFerrin Avenue and CSX Railroad to West Sharp Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
So sorry, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. And you've got Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. It looks like it's already been approved. I've got it. This is BL 2463. It's already been approved. So back to Councilmember Parker. You're on your bill, BL 2020-463.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, this is a short stretch of Sharp Avenue that between the CSX Railroad track and Ellington Parkway. So when Ellington Parkway went in, it sort of split that road, and there's this little section of it which it is, numbered continually, but if you were coming down Sharp and you saw, you needed to get to I think it's the 900 block, I could be wrong about that, you might just hit Ellington and have no clear idea of how to get to the other part. So I think Emergency brought this to me, wanting to designate that little stretch, that isolated stretch, as West Sharp, so that when their vehicles are dispatched out there, they know which side of Ellington they need to be on. That's my understanding of this, and I do appreciate my co-sponsors and committee members for helping shepherd this through, as I was not at the planning committee meeting yesterday. And again, thanks to y'all for doing that. And with that, I would move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of BL 2020-463 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Number 83, BL 2020-469 by Councilmember Murphy and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept public sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and easements for 3 properties located on Clovercroft Road in Williamson County, also known as Twin Valley Farms. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, you've got Planning and Zoning. That's yours.
It was approved, 13 in favor, 0 against, to indefinitely defer.
All right, Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Approved, 10 for, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, back to you.
I'm going to indefinitely defer this. I've requested that a district council member for this area or nearby it take it over. And since there hasn't been a district council member put on the bill and no department has contacted me about it, I'm going to indefinitely defer it until we find out what the need is for it.
All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely. That's properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt the motion. We're on item number 84 by Councilmember Rosenberg, BL 2020-492, ordinance to amend Section 1236-110 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to weight restrictions on certain roads. Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Rosenberg. Is he out in the hallway? Councilmember Murphy? Oh, no. Councilmember Murphy?
Let's defer that by rule.
All right. Since he's not here, it's automatically deferred. One meeting. We're now on item number 85, Bill 2020-493 by Councilmember Sledge, Cash, Allen, and Taylor. Ordinance to amend Section 12.40.190 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to night parking restrictions. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Committee report.
We have Public Works, Councilmember Nash. We're on BL 2020-493. You are recognized.
The motion was to defer for one meeting by the sponsor, and that was approved 10-4 and 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's deferred by rule.
Deferred by rule. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Item number 86, BL 2020-494 by Councilmember Stiles. Ordinance to amend Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code relative to the use of license plate scanners by law enforcement for the prosecution of reckless drivers. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
This one was deferred by rule.
Okay. Deferred by rule. You want me to get Personnel, Councilmember Rutherford?
Also deferred by rule.
All right. So it's deferred by rule. All right.
Perfect. That's what I wanted.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We're on item number 87, BL 2020-495 by Councilmember Johnston. Ordinance readopting the Code of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County prepared by Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental and replacement pages for certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before June 10th, 2020. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Thank you. It came to my committee, and we voted 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining, and with that, I would move approval.
All right. Councilmember Johnston has moved approval of BO 2020-495, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-496 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, manholes, easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at Garfield Street unnumbered, also known as 808 Gateway Germantown Development. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
All right. I have got Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized.
13 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works recommends approval, 10-4, 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
BL 2020-496, Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. BL 2020-497, this is item number 89. Councilmember Pulley, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 11 Burton Hills Boulevard, also known as the Blakeford. Councilmember Pulley, where are you? There you are. You recognize on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
14 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
10-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Pulley, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Pulley moves approval of his bill BL 2020-497, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? All right, so this is on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Item number 90, Bill 2020-498 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and to accept new public water main and a fire hydrant assembly for property located at 920 Division Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
10-4, 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, Bill 2020-498, Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Bill 2020-499 by Councilmembers Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for two properties located at Old Hickory Boulevard at Legacy Drive, also known as Old Hickory Crossing Phase 1. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized.
Quick point of order. Can we do the next two together with this?
Okay, by me. All right, so BL 2020-500, that's item number 92. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept all those new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and all those other things at two properties located at Old Hickory Boulevard at Legacy Drive, also known as Old Hickory Crossing Phase 2. Both these bills are by Councilmembers Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. Can I get committee reports on both of them? Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
On all three of them?
There's three.
Oh, there's three. There's a third one.
There's three.
Okay. 501. So 2020-501 by Councilmembers Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept public water and sanitary sewer manhouse. This is for Old Hickory Crossings Phase 3. It's 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, Councilmember Murphy, can you give us a committee report on 499, 500, and 501?
I would absolutely love to.
Thank you.
13 in favor, 0 against.
All right. On all three, Councilmember Nash on Public Works.
10 for, 0 against on all three.
All right, and back to you, Councilmember Rutherford.
Move approval.
I got a motion to approve all three, properly seconded. Any discussion on any of the three? Seeing none, all those in favor of all three passing on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we are now on bills on third reading. Just hang with me. All right. Hold on just a second. All right, so we have bills on third reading on a consent agenda. So let me go through those. Item number 95 is on consent, BL 2024-24. Item number 97, BL 2024-50 is on consent. $461 is on consent. That's item number 101. $462 is on consent. $464 is on consent. $465 is on consent. $466 is on consent, $467 is on consent, and $468 is on consent. Okay, anything that needs to come off of the consent calendar on third reading, Councilmember Swar, you recognized. 450? Okay. 450 comes off of consent. Okay. Okay, so let me read through these things. These are on consent. Anything else that needs to come off of the consent calendar for third reading? All right, item number 95, reading you the items on the consent calendar, BL 2024-24 by Murphy, Sledge, O'Connell, and Nash. Ordinance amending Chapter 15.64 of the Metropolitan Code to acquire additional public notice regarding applications for Stormwater Management Committee variances. Item number 101, BL 2024-61 by Toombs, Rutherford, Vercher, and others, an ordinance creating the positions of Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer and Workforce Diversity Manager. BL 2024-62 by Councilmember Syracuse, Van Rees, and Nash. This is item number 102. Ordinance approving a second amendment to an agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Plaza 2750 LLC concerning the acquisition of real property for use as the site of a new public library and acquisition and construction of related infrastructure and landscaping improvements in Donaldson. Item number 103, BL 2024-64 by Hurt, O'Connell, and others. Ordinance to amend the Geographic Information System Street and Alley Centerline layout for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville by changing the name of 10th Circle North from Roselle Parks Boulevard to Dr. Martin L. Luther King Jr. Boulevard to Reverend Kelly M. Smith Circle. Item number 104, BL 2024-65 by Councilmembers Taylor, Murphy, and others. Ordinance to amend the GIS System Street and Alley Centerline layout for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by abandoning an unimproved, unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement from 14th Avenue North to alley number 540. Item number 105, BL 2024-66, Lee, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Granny Wright Lane Stormwater Improvement Project for two properties located at 2335 and 2337 Granny Wright Lane. Item number 106, BL 2024-67 by Murphy and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Kipling Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 13 properties located along Good Bar Drive, Aladdin Drive, and Kipling Drive. And BL 2020-468 by Councilmembers Roberts, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer main, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 110 Toon Airport Drive. I believe all committee reports are in except for personnel on BL 2020-461. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized at podium number 3.
Recommended approval, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Rutherford, since you're standing up there, can you move approval of all those bills on the consent agenda on third reading?
Happy to do so. I move
right.
approval of all those bills on consent.
All right, so I got a motion to approve all the bills on the consent calendar. 461 is on consent. Is that okay? All right, so 2020-461 is being pulled. Okay, so every other item that I read on the consent calendar is on the consent calendar except for now BL 2020-461 has been pulled. Okay, got a motion to approve items on the consent calendar, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the items on the consent agenda for third reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so now we go back to bills on third reading that were not on the consent agenda. Okay. Item number 94, BL 2020-224 by Council Members Taylor, Hauser, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 11.22 of the Metropolitan Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to the sale of property. Council Member, you're at item number 6, podium number 6. Council Member Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move for an indefinite deferral.
So Councilmember Taylor has moved to defer this bill indefinitely. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Seeing none, we're on a motion to defer indefinitely. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is deferred. The bill is deferred indefinitely. Item number 95, that was on consent, excuse me. Item number 96, BL 2020-425 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance to amend Chapter 16.24 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict the amount of fill material that can be placed upon property in close proximity to a river. Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Rosenberg is not here, so it's deferred to the next meeting. Okay. Okay, item number 97, BL 2020-450 by Councilmember Suara, O'Connell, Pulley, and a host of other people. This is an ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer by changing the name of 5th Avenue North and Opry Place to Representative John Lewis Way North, and by changing the name of 5th Avenue South to Representative John Lewis Way South. Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you. With all reports in, I move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Suara has moved for approval, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I asked for this to be pulled because I believe it's historic and it's a complete community effort to get this bill to this point. I'm honored that we will be recognizing the late Congressman John Lewis this way because of his ties to Nashville, and that we're able to name the entire Fifth Avenue in his honor. I want to thank all the residents and businesses for their support. I want to acknowledge the Minority Caucus, the LGBTQ Caucus, CM Freddie O'Connor, and Councilmember Sledge, the co-sponsors. It feels like I'm giving a speech, and the entire council, obviously, the Planning Commission staff, the Assessor of Property, Historic Commission, and the ECD staff, Director Cooper, the council staff, and of course, Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. Everyone played a part in making this happen. Last but not the least, but I want to thank the committee members, Greg Bailey, Susan Ogden, Sam Reed, Senator Brenda Gilmore, Assessor Vivian Willott, Deputy Mayor Brenda Ewood, Tim Walker, Tom Turner, Rita McDonald, Marie Sewin. I'm so glad that we got it to this point. There will be, look out for information later on how we celebrate once all this is done. We're going to be having tours up and down Fifth Avenue, and we're talking about a match to be able to walk from Jefferson to Nashville City Cemetery. Maybe it will be an annual event, I don't know, but there'll be more information to come. But I want to thank everyone here for supporting it, and I'm so glad that we've been able to do what so many cities have not been able to finalize. we got that street name. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. The bill has been moved, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on Bill 2020-450. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. Good work, Councilmember Suara. We are on item number 98, Bill 2020-455, by Councilmember Syracuse, Bradford, Benedict, and Hauser, an ordinance amending Chapter 7.08 of the Metropolitan Code to create a new type of permit for curbside delivery. Councilmember Syracuse, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a substitute that I need to move, and so I'd like to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Syracuse has a substitute ordinance. Did it go before the Rules Committee?
I was told it did not have to, because it was timely filed, but I did show up.
You did show up, but you didn't have to worry about it. All right. Well, as long as you showed up, I think that counts. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved to suspend the rules to get his substitute ordinance before us. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'll move approval of the substitute with an explanation.
All right. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you, sir. So this was filed as a substitute. It could have really just been an amendment. If you see it in the packet, it's really two paragraphs that were being clarified, more of a technicality. After second reading, a member of the industry had some concern about the way that the language was written, how state law reflects how the proposed ordinance was written. So it's all just really a technical language, and the member of the industry would have felt just much better that we had this language cleared up. Mr. McDonough with the beer board worked with him, and so on behalf of the industry, they requested that I do try to move this. So it doesn't change anything, it just clarifies language. So with that, I move approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. So you've heard an explanation. He has moved the substitute. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute is adopted. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on Bill 2020-455 as substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval as substituted.
So Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 99, BL 2020-458 by Councilmember Sledge, Cash, Withers, and others. It's an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to adopt updated building codes. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized. Hold on. Didn't take. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I, too, need to suspend the rules for a housekeeping amendment. I also did not have to go to rules for this, but I'm on the Rules Committee, so I can verify I was in there.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad. So that also counts. So Councilmember Sledge has moved to suspend the rules to get an amendment before you tonight. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Like I said, this is a housekeeping amendment in updating this code. There was a year reference for the accessibility portion of the code that needed to be updated with everything else as well. So that's what this does.
All right. So you've heard the explanation. Councilmember Sledge has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your bill, BL 2020-458, as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval with a very brief comment.
All right. So Councilmember Sledge has moved approval of 2020-458 as amended, properly seconded. Back to you.
Just wanted to thank everybody who'd worked on this, the administration, the Sustainability Committee, Co-Chair Cash, all of the co-sponsors who have supported this bill. This is a very pivotal update to our codes that is going to do a lot of good for Nashvilleians around the city. I renew my motion.
All right. Councilmember Sledge has renewed his motion 2020-458 as amended, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt BL 2020-458 as amended on third reading. All right, we're on item number 100, BL 2020-459. Councilmember Vercher, Stiles, Hancock, and others. Ordinance to amend Section 16.28.190 of the Metropolitan Code to require notice to the District Council member of applications for demolition permit for historic structures. Councilmember Vercher, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
You have got Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. The amendment was approved 14 in favor, 0 against, and the bill as amended was approved 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Vercher.
I'd like to move the amendment. I believe I have to suspend the, do I have to suspend the rules for the amendment?
You do have to suspend the rules. Were you in the Rules Committee?
No, Vice Mayor, I didn't think I had to be
Okay,
there.
at this point, I don't think it matters anymore. All right, so Councilmember Vercher, you are moving an amendment, so you need to suspend the rules to get the amendment before us. Any objection to Councilmember Vercher suspending the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Councilmember Vercher, you're on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This amendment essentially puts in an effective date of December 1st, 2020, to allow RTS to make changes to city works versus the original language in the ordinance that would have made it effective upon adoption. And with that, I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, Councilmember Vercher has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Vercher, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Councilmember Vercher has moved for approval of BL 2020-459 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're on the bill. This is passage on third reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Congratulations, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. And we're on the last bill, I believe, on the last bill on the calendar. This is item number 101, BL 2020-461 by Councilmembers Tim, Rutherford, Vercher, and others. It's an ordinance creating the positions of Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer and Workforce Diversity Manager. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
This was referred to personnel. I'll come back to Councilmember Rutherford for Personnel Committee report.
Recommended approval, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right, so the Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 2020-461 on third reading, properly seconded. Councilmember Vercher, do you want to be heard on this bill?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. This is historic. If you believe in the old adage that true progress is slow but true, we got here, it's taken 24 years. Back in 1996, when we first had our study that showed that less than 1% of minorities were receiving contracts with metro government, this now affords someone to own this space of equity that this body adopted a resolution earlier in the term as one of our charges, one of our stances that we were going to be fierce advocates for. It's no longer up to chance for an administration for these two positions now. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor for this ordinance. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Anybody else wish to be heard on this bill? Okay, we're on BL 2020-461. Again, ordinance creating the positions of Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer and Workforce Diversity Manager. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of this bill say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third reading. I believe that's it. I did want to thank the Nashville Network folks for all the work they also do. Thank you all for staying late with us. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
And so the council has concluded about a 4-hour meeting tonight. Number of items before them tonight. We'll go through them quickly in terms of a recap. The an effort to expand the city's urban service district in the Brick Church, Pike, Dickerson Road area. Would include about 1,600 parcels of land, was deferred tonight for a public hearing for a little more study by the Planning Commission. It'll be coming back up again soon. Several pieces of legislation regarding the coronavirus pandemic are on the agenda tonight. The council approved one controversial matter was actually deferred tonight, and that would to have put $5 million in the CARES Act money, along with $1.5 million from the city's financial reserves, to continue operations at the Bordeaux Hospital long-term care facility. There's also a bill on first reading. This bill was deferred tonight. The resolution was deferred tonight because the sponsor was not able to be there when it was in committee, but there's a bill on first reading that also appears to address that subject, so this will be coming up again in the next council meeting. Council approved $2 million in CARES money to assist up to 50 arts groups with COVID relief. Another $1 million was reallocated to provide up to 4 months of rent relief for small businesses and micro businesses. This is money already approved by the council, just reallocating it because the money was available from another fund that had already been approved by the council. Council also approved, allocated some CARES money, not new money, but reallocating it to allow the use of $200,000 in federal CARES Act funds to 5 nonprofit organizations to provide services to youth. Another $200,000 for 5 nonprofit organizations to provide domestic violence-related service to families related to COVID-19. There was a resolution to allow Metro schools to use some of the $24 million previously approved to use that instead of for laptops and hotspots to use for other curriculum needs and supplies for remote learning. Council members didn't feel like they got all the information. They did not feel they'd been fully vetted about this, so that was deferred for one meeting. The council also approved on second reading tonight a bill that would prohibit bullying in all Metro government services, activities, programs, and facilities, as far as legislation to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to termination of tenancy or non-renewal of lease. That was deferred for one meeting after it was amended for the notice to be 60 days rather than 90 days. The related bill on tenant relations with landlords was indefinitely deferred on third reading tonight. The bill only got 18 votes on second reading, needed 21 votes tonight. Perhaps the indefinite deferral is because the votes are not quite there to pass the bill. A bill to restrict the length of recreational vehicles to be parked on city streets overnight was deferred also for more study. On third reading, the council approved the sale of beer by curbside delivery. This was something given to restaurants during the coronavirus pandemic to help their sales. It's been quite popular, and this will be continued permanently under the law. There was a final tweak to it to make sure the language in it was clarified so that it would match with state law. Council also approved tonight 2 bills that would rename portions of downtown streets to honor 2 of Nashville's civil rights icons, the late Reverend Kelly Miller Smith and the late Georgia Congressman John Lewis. Finally tonight, the council considered 26 different zoning bills tonight. They approved all of them or deferred them by council, by the council sponsor request. However, one was deferred after quite a bit of discussion. It concerned rezoning 1,100 acres out in the South Harpeth Highway 100 area. The property is owned by prominent Nashville businessman Bill Freeman. It would allow for the development of 506 single-family lots, a religious institution, a greenway, a park, and agricultural activities. There were several neighbors who have come and complained about it, thought it was going to be too much traffic, too much noise, and just too big. The Planning Commission staff is also opposed to it. The Planning Commission has voted against the bill, and so it would take 27 or a 2/3 vote in the council to approve it. The council sponsor wanted to go ahead and move it through after the public hearing on second reading and then take up any changes on third reading. But other council members felt like it was important to perhaps hold off on second reading and get the changes ready to be considered then. Bottom line is the bill will be coming up again in December to see what changes need to be made. What was interesting about it is the effort to defer it 2 meetings wound up the council was tied on deferring it 18-18, and Vice Mayor Jim Schulman cast a vote in order to go with the 2-meeting deferral. It's fairly rare the council would be divided, and even more rare that the vice mayor would have to extend a vote to break a tie. The council is now in recess until November 17th. We'll be back on a Tuesday night again. We didn't meet this past Tuesday night because of the national election, and the council moved his meeting this week to Thursdays. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan National and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the Davidson Room of the Music City Center. And it's a public affairs.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org. www.ccc.gov.